I'm a little behind, I think. I'm never getting, it's good we don't write checks anymore because I would never be able to remember to get the date right. So anyway, I hope everybody had a good Martin Luther King extended weekend. We have a full agenda on our tonight. This is our work session, so a reminder for members of the public who might be watching. At our work session, we do not take formal action on any item except perhaps to give specific instruction to staff on an item. So you won't see a lot of voting activity tonight. Because we do have a number of substantive items on our agenda, I'm going to ask the council, if you've got a hard copy of the agenda, pull it out. If you've got a piece of paper, maybe pull it out if it's only on your electronic screen. And I'm going to suggest a bit of a time budget here tonight. This is not binding, but at least it'll be something that we can kind of help us to see whether we're on schedule or behind schedule. What I have written down, and these are, again, in no way binding, but just rough estimates in for my goal. After our first item number 2, goal would be to start around 6:30. Some of these we may be able to do faster, some slower, of course. We'll then move on to our massage therapy license ordinance, which we expect to be the longest item on our agenda tonight. So maybe we can start that around 7 o'clock. I've put down 90 minutes for that item or a little bit less. So the goal would be to start the Human Relations Commission annual report around 8:30. In addition to a lot of public comment on the license ordinance and discussion and a report, we'll also need to get a break, short break in that time period. The report will take us at least 15 minutes, but if it only took 15 minutes, then we could start the hazmat response plan around 8:45. Hopefully that will take less than a half an hour, but if it did take a half an hour, we would start public comment around 9:15. And if public comment lasted about 15 minutes, we'd be done around 9:30. So those numbers I laid out are for a 4-hour agenda, which is still a long one. So again, I'll try to keep track of that and remind you on occasion where we are on that rough budget. With that, then we'll move to an item, a kind of introductory item before we get to item number 1. Our city administrator, Chris Kukulski, has a brief legislative update on the last week and the week ahead, I guess. So Chris, can you tell us what's going on in Helena?
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Council, I'll be brief. You did receive my update in the weekly last week. So there were 4 bills we weighed in on last week. This week's a little bit quieter on the testifying front. As of now, there's 1 bill we're looking to testify. That is Friday morning, 8 a.m. We will have our chief of police or someone from our police department. And we're actually asking, I think anytime we can get political testimony, it's more powerful or is powerful. And this bill is by Representative Mercer, and it is a 5th offense DUI bill. So anybody who's particularly interested in that area of public safety, if you'd please let us know. We'd like to just get one of you to testify. I think it helps support kind of the administrative side. Other than that, and you can let me know. You don't have to tell me right now. If you'll just email me your interest, we'll find somebody to help out, and we'll just have a dialogue between now and then as to what we're going to cover. In brief, this week's bills that we're paying attention to in particular were House Bill 158 and 145. We're watching both of them. They have to do with health officer authority and review. One of them is a study commission bill to study kind of the authority in that area post-pandemic or after the pandemic to see maybe what we can learn there. Senate Bill 80 is a limit on interlocal agreements between cities and counties, holding them to a limit of 5 years. I've expressed some level of concern there. We're not ready to weigh in one way or the other, but working with MACO and the league to understand just how restrictive would that be in interlocal agreements between the city and county at 5 years. House Bill 102 is a gun rights bill that's been steamrolling through the system, and we've been watching it, and the league has weighed in on some ways to help affect that. It frankly is the kind of bill that I suspect there's a pretty difference of opinion amongst the 11 of you. And whenever we have that case, I try to candidly stay out of it. Unless you've given clear direction as to what our position is, we as a staff, we try to stay out of those kind of scenarios and work with our partners. House Bill 86 has to do with regional fire authorities. We, of course, are arguably, we are a regional fire service with the BUFSA. So we're paying attention to see if that will help us or hurt us there. And just a handful of others. House Bill 123 has to do with septic systems. So we're watching that one relative to growth outside the city. And House Bill 134, which has to do with duplexes, triplexes, and being mandated as allowable uses in single family home zones, if I understand that correctly. I could be incorrect there, but that's kind of the subject heading. So we're paying attention and trying to watch what's going on there. Last week, Senate Bill 77, Senator McGilvery's bill, we're trying to work with the league and with him on potential amendments. That was the bill that would limit districts, and some concerns about is that a going forward? Is that going to affect our current districts? And then lastly here, Senate Bill 78, we testified on last week, that would eliminate using assessed value as a method for assessment. So with that, I think in light of time, trying to get on the mayor's schedule, next week I will put legislative update as a part of my administrative report. And I just ask you to think about kind of how we work our way through this session and the changes that Zoom is providing us. It's providing, frankly, a lot more access to testifying. And so I think we may need to make some tweaks and adjustments as a result of that. And like I said, anytime we can get you guys testifying, I think that has more impact on legislators than we as staff do. However, sometimes they want to get deep in the weeds on how we administer things. And so I like to have staff available. Lastly, I'm sorry, we got to give 24-hour notice to get signed up. So that should provide us a mechanism to communicate with each other as to what's coming up. So with that, I will stop, Mayor, and unless anybody has any critical questions.
Don't see any. So thank you very much, Chris. We'll move into item number 1 for members of the public. We'll have an opportunity for public comment after each one of these agenda items. And the way you comment is to call the phone number when I ask for public comment, and that phone number is the same for each item. You might write this number down and I'll repeat it throughout the evening. But the phone number, local Montana area code 406-237-6196. Our first item up, though, is our COVID-19 update. I believe our County Health Officer, John Felton, is with us. So welcome back, John. Can you promise vaccines for the whole county this week?
No. Thanks for asking, though.
Next item. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, we are going to talk about vaccines today. So I'm going to share my screen if all goes well here. Do you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So before we start talking specifics, I do want to express a really big thank you from Riverstone Health to the City of Billings, and particularly the Billings Public Library. 7 of your employees have been a huge help to us, and they're listed here: Victoria, Vanessa, Mary, Carla, Tammy, Barbara, and Brenda. While the library has been closed, they've been helping us with contact tracing and some other efforts. One of the projects that I really want to highlight, and Mary led this, and she led a team of both library staff and our own team members, was filing all of the hard copy COVID-19 case files in binders. So these are healthcare records. They need to be kept 7 years. We've talked before about how we've now gone on to what we call the SIS, which is the case investigation system, which is an electronic system. But all those 11,042 cases that were done before we instituted SIS needed to be stored in a way. So Mary and her team came up with an index that each case is filed alphabetically. And I'll show you a picture here in just a second about this, but there's 81 volumes of these binders for these 11,000 cases. So not only for that project, but really for the help that the library staff gave us, we are extremely grateful. They really stepped up and helped us out. So we not only want to thank these public servants who helped us, but also Gavin, Chris, and the city and you as the council for the help. It was really very, very nice of you. This is Mary and Kathy Grott. Kathy oversees our case investigation contact tracing service. And this is one of the file cabinets full of binders that Mary and her team came up with. So again, more than 11,000 cases in here, 81 volumes, all indexed, all alphabetical. So again, many, many thanks to the city and the library and this team of employees. So let's jump right into vaccination. I thought I'd do this first because I was pretty sure this would be kind of high on everyone's interest level. So let's talk about where we are. Governor Gianforte has changed the prioritization process that Governor Bullock had. And what he did is he kind of flip-flopped what was 1B under Governor Bullock and 1C so now what was 1C is 1B and what was 1B is 1C. 1A, as a reminder, is patient-facing healthcare workers, including first responders that deal directly with patients, as well as nursing home residents and staff. We've worked through on the state most of the 1A folks, at least those that choose to be vaccinated. And so this week, the state and Yellowstone County have moved into 1B. So 1B under Governor Gianforte's system is anyone who's age 70 or older, anyone who is age 16 to 69 who has one or more of a specific list of conditions, and Native Americans and other persons of color who are at higher risk for adverse outcomes. Under Governor Bullock's prioritization process, there was about 90,000 Montanans who were 1B. And if we apply, sort of our 15-ish%, we probably were somewhere between 12 and 15,000 people in Yellowstone County would have been 1B. Governor Gianforte's 1B is much larger. It's about 300,000 people across the state, which means in Yellowstone County, we're probably somewhere 45 to 50,000 individuals. So it's obviously going to take much longer to get through 1B under the new system than the previous system. There are some significant limitations associated with these vaccines compared to what we're used to. So a lot of you are around when we did H1N1 in 2009. We've done a number of flu shot challenge kind of clinics. In those, we generally would find a big space. We'd put as many people in there as we could. We'd run them through kind of like cattle through a chute, vaccinate them, bring them in the front door, vaccinate them, send them out the back door. We can't do that with the COVID-19 vaccine for a couple of reasons. One is because of the transmissibility of this particular disease, we can't put a whole bunch of people together. Or else if one person is sick, we're going to put a whole bunch of sick people. So they need to be scheduled. It's not just a kind of come in and stand in line scenario. They have to be scheduled. The second thing is because there's a very small but greater than zero risk of a very significant negative outcome, and that is where a very small number of people have had very serious reactions, what's called anaphylaxis, which essentially causes people to lose the ability to breathe because their throat swells. And it is a true, potentially fatal medical emergency. So all the people that get vaccinated can't just walk out. They need to be monitored for 15 to 30 minutes, depending on their health status. So again, we need to do this on a scheduled basis. We currently are experiencing very low supply compared to demand. Demand is extremely high for the vaccine. We just completed our vaccine readiness / vaccine hesitancy survey. Those results will be coming out shortly. They're being evaluated and collated right now. But there's a very high interest in Yellowstone County for the vaccine, way more than we have supply. So we also don't know week to week how much vaccine we're getting in our county. We think that that's probably going to get better in the near future, but right now all we can do is wait to hear over the weekend how many doses are coming. So in this last week, for instance, we learned over the weekend that Billings Clinic and St. Vincent Healthcare were each getting 975 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, and Riverstone Health, was getting 100 doses of the Moderna vaccine. So once we know the number of doses, then we know, how many slots we can have and how long a clinic can be, and then they get scheduled. So right now that's on a week-to-week basis, which I know is really frustrating to people. People would love to be able to say, well, if I can't get in this week, I want to get in next week. The problem is we don't know if or how much vaccine we're going to have next week. When that supply increases, or even if it stabilizes, and we know, we can depend on a certain number of doses at a minimum each week, then we'll be able to schedule out farther. Right now it is just week to week. And I provided here, this came out in a press release we issued in the Gazette ran, and it's also been on the TV channels. The way that you can schedule your vaccination. So at St. Vincent Healthcare, you can either call, or if you're a St. Vincent Healthcare patient, you can go through MyChart. Billings Clinic, you can call that number, or if you're one of their patients, you can go through Patient Connect in their portal and schedule electronically. For Riverstone Health's Public Health, you can call that number, or you can go through that website, which is a scheduling site. One thing I will remind everyone is the Moderna vaccine is only authorized for people 18 and older. The Pfizer vaccine, which is what the hospitals have, is for 16 and older. And so that's how you schedule. The challenge right now is because the demand is so much higher than the supply, those slots go very, very quickly and people get really frustrated. We can't schedule more than we have vaccine for. Yesterday, when the announcement went out via the media, in less than 40 minutes, all of Riverstone Health slots were gone, and in less than 2 hours, all the hospital slots were gone for the week. Again, once we get a little farther down the road, we have a more predictable supply of vaccine, we'll be able to schedule out farther. So if we know we're going to have at least a minimum number of doses, we'll be able to schedule for several weeks, and hopefully that will come along in the near future. We're also developing a plan, and we've got a great team of people who are putting together the plans for how we'll be able to do community sites, not just in our 3 healthcare organizations. That depends on having significantly larger numbers of vaccines, because you want to be able to do as many as you can through there when you have doses. So at some point, we will have community vaccine clinics. Again, they'll still have to be scheduled, but they'll be much bigger than we can do at our individual sites as soon as we have the supply to go to that stage. So that's where we're at with vaccines. I'll come back later if you have any questions. Let's talk about our current situation. I'll go through this fairly quickly because you've all seen these slides. This is cases in Montana. You can see that we've worked our way back down. We had a little bit of a increase in the state about a week to 2 after Christmas, and then it started back down. So we have not seen a sustained post-holiday surge, which we're obviously everyone's concerned about. So that's good. Yellowstone County looks kind of the same, obviously just smaller numbers. But when you look down, one of the things that is kind of useful is to look where we are now out here as of yesterday. That's through yesterday's cases. And if you work your way back to where we were at that level before, you have to go back 4 or 5 months to be at the level that we're seeing now. So really, we've improved quite a bit. When we look at the 7-day trends, again, the orange line is the number of cases in Yellowstone County on a 7-day average. The blue line is the number of cases in the state on a 7-day average. The gray line is the proportion of those cases in the state that are Yellowstone County cases. So if this was purely a function of population proportions, we should be about 15 or 16% of the state's cases. And you can see we've been substantially below that for a while now. So we really have seen a great job of reducing cases, and you'll see some other metrics that show that as well. This is looking at 1 week periods, new cases per 100,000. Again, we use the per 100,000 population to normalize for population. Obviously, Yellowstone County has the largest population in the state, so if we have more cases than anyone else, that might or might not mean anything. It may mean that we have a higher rate when you get there mid-November and you're looking at 106 cases per 100,000. That's about 170 cases a day for that week. Our red line mark is 25 per 100,000, And you can see that last week, the week ending January 16th, we actually came in just under that. We don't change our status until we have 2 consecutive weeks at a new status. So if we hold on to that for another week, then we will move our status for cases into the yellow category and out of the red for the first time since mid-September. This looks at the number of cases for an entire month. That's the blue bar. The orange line shows the daily average number of cases. So the average you can legitimately look at through the first 18 days. You can't pay too much attention to the blue bar in January. But when you look at that average number of cases, it's under 40, and 40 cases for us is about 25 per 100,000. So if we can keep this up, then we're really seeing a good reduction and a sustained reduction in cases in Yellowstone County. Quickly, we'll look at the hospital situation because we obviously pay a lot of attention to the hospital burden, the healthcare burden. These are the daily census numbers of patients in our 2 hospitals who are admitted for COVID-19. Again, you go back to that mid to the end of November, and we were well up over 150 patients a day. That has worked its way down to now we're more like 50 patients a day. And if you work your way back, you're all the way back in September and August even before to get back to those numbers we're at now. We're having just a few patients in the ICU, a few patients on ventilators. We're continuing to see patients die in our county. I think there's been close to 15 this month. I'm not sure the exact number. This graph shows us what proportion of our hospital inpatients are Yellowstone County residents. As we've talked before, we've established Billings as the medical hub for the region. And typically without COVID, we're about 50-50 of our inpatients, half from the region, half from Yellowstone County. And you can see COVID is no different. Plus or minus a little bit, we sit right around that 50% mark for Yellowstone County residents. Talk a little bit about schools. This is the proportion of all cases from the first case back in March to that are age 19 or under. In other words, they're school age. When school started back in the end of August, about 10.5% of all of our cases were school age. Now about 13% of all of our cases are school age. So it has gone up, but we haven't seen huge outbreaks, large numbers of students. This next graph shows that really clearly. This goes back to early October, and you see that we sit right around 12 to 15% of our cases each week, week in, week out, are children and youth age 19 and under. That one week that's down there, about 8%, was the week between Christmas and New Year's. But when school's been in session, we've been right around that 12 to 15% very steadily. Schools are doing a great job. We were told that we probably shouldn't even contemplate opening schools when we did in August because of the case counts that were present at the time, but our schools have done a great job. This is an important leading indicator for hospitalization. This is the test positivity rate. So these are of all the tests that are done in Yellowstone County, what proportion are positive. If you look back there at that 21, 22% period, that's about 2 weeks before we saw the large increase in the number of hospitalized patients, 2 to 3 weeks. And that's typically what we see. So as you've seen those numbers come down to the point that now that 4 out of the last 5 weeks, we have been below the red line mark of 10% positivity, we've seen our hospital census come down. So that is a very important indicator of what lies ahead of us. And then this I've shared with you before. I've added one little bit to this. This is looking at all the flu cases for 5 years compared to where we are in COVID-19, which is we're at just about 10 months. Our first case was March 13th. So compared to all of the 5 years, we've got 2.7 times as many COVID-19 cases as we had over 5 years of flu cases. On a yearly basis, about 13 times as much. We had 7.6 times as many deaths in 10 months compared to the entire 5-year period of influenza-related deaths. Almost 35 times if you compare the 10 months of COVID to the average 1-year flu number. And you can see that our death rate is 1.2%, which is 3 times the 5-year and 2.5 times the 1-year average. I put in there in that purple line We've had no confirmed cases of influenza in not only Yellowstone County, but in Montana thus far. Normally what we see is we start seeing a few cases in late November, early December. We start rising in those influenza cases through late December and into January, and we usually peak February or March. Thus far, we've had no confirmed cases of influenza. There's probably a couple reasons for that. One is the predominant thing that's circulating, of course, is COVID-19. Second is you have to wonder if people, if they test for COVID-19 and they test negative, do they actually go and get influenza tested? But the other, and I think probably something that cannot be understated, is influenza is transmitted the same way COVID-19 is transmitted, via droplet transmission. So all the measures that are in place to help protect people against COVID-19, the masking, the distancing, the hand hygiene, staying home when you're sick, surface sanitation, all those things also help prevent the transmission of influenza. So, I don't think you can really tag it to any one thing, but it is noteworthy that thus far in Montana, there's not been a single lab confirmed case of COVID-19. I will tell you that at Riverstone Health Clinic, we have a rapid test machine we now have online that simultaneously tests for COVID-19, influenza A, influenza B, and RSV, which is another respiratory virus. So if we had a case that was negative for COVID-19, but that person did have influenza, that would show up. And of course, we've had none either. So let me unshare here. So we're doing really well in terms of what our case counts are, our positivity, our hospitalization rates. As you know, Governor Gianforte has a different approach to managing COVID-19. He prefers a approach of personal responsibility and people doing the right thing, as opposed to having mandates in place. The mask mandate is still in place across Montana, the one that Governor Bullock put in place. Governor Gianforte has said that when several things happen, he will terminate that mandate. Those things are the COVID-19 liability protection bill that's working its way through the legislature now, as well as that those most vulnerable populations are getting vaccinated. And again, 1B is where we are, and that's that most vulnerable population. So my expectation would be that in the not too distant future, Governor Gianforte will follow through with this plan and will terminate the mask mandate. We don't have any mandates regarding hours of operation or occupancy limitations or group gathering size. I think, things look great right now. We still, my strong recommendation is we still need to be careful. Viral disease comes in waves. It sort of goes up and down and up and down. It's great to be in the down period. It's virtually inevitable that at some point we'll see more cases, because that's the nature of the disease. But to the extent that we continue to be careful and watch our distance and mask when we're with other people, sanitation, hygiene, staying home when we're sick, hopefully we can keep it down. But that is certainly what we're hoping we'll see. It's really nice to see the low numbers of cases. I'll tell you quite honestly, for our staff, there was a little bit of uncertainty. Like, can we really believe that we only had 9 cases or 10 cases or 20 cases? But those numbers have been very solid for the last several weeks. So we're hopeful that we'll continue. So with that, I will stop, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, John. Thank you for the good news and the good report. We continue to appreciate you and your staff. And I'm sure we have some questions. I'll start with one. Can you be specific about the number of doses that were received this week? My recollection is that the week before, each of our hospitals received about 1,000 doses, which was down from the week before that. And I think they come in over the weekend, and so we should probably have those numbers. Are you free to tell us how many doses we got for this week?
Yeah, we got 9. Each hospital got 975 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. Riverstone Health got 100 doses of the Moderna vaccine. All those are now scheduled. Those are the ones when I mentioned that the appointments were scheduled within a few hours. All of the distribution for this week's doses is scheduled. I'm not all the clinics have happened yet, but there are no vacancies for for doses for this week.
Okay, thank you. So that would be consistent with what we got last week.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Councilmember Ronning and then Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. John, thank you for the presentation. And do you know, and can you share with us, how do the states determine, or how is it determined how many vaccines go to each state? And then how is it determined by the state how those vaccines are distributed throughout their states, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so I don't know how the federal government is making its decisions about what goes to each state. Our state kind of starts with looking at the proportion of population. We've actually done better than our proportion. The last couple of weeks, the state has gotten about 6,500 doses, and we've gotten almost 2,000 of those, or around 2,000 of those. It also has part to do with, as the state was only in phase 1A, for many of those smaller counties, they could get through phase 1A pretty quickly. There weren't a lot of healthcare providers. Most of the nursing homes and assisted livings are being addressed through CVS and Walgreens out of the state supply. So what counties are being told is, if you're done with 1A, you cannot yet request 1B vaccine until the state's ready to go there. So that may be why we're getting a little bit more than our proportionate share. But it starts, my understanding is it starts with looking at population and then sort of what the demand is there at the various levels. I would just repeat, for 1B for Yellowstone County is probably 45 to 50,000 people. So at a couple thousand doses a week, it's going to take a while to work through. So hopefully those numbers will increase fairly quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. John, a lot of good news. That's good to hear. Pray that keeps happening, then keep those numbers down. I do have a question regarding the vaccine. I'm starting to hear some comments and questions regarding the vaccine itself, as far as the safetyness of it, because they're quoting experimental. I don't think that's the actual terminology. It was approved through the FDA on a temporary emergency measure, I believe, something like that. But one of the potential side effects, and maybe you can talk to this, or if you know, or maybe we can get Melanie to look into this and maybe give some indication of how safe this vaccine is. One of the side effects I heard and people are talked to me about is the potential effect on women of childbearing age. They don't know what this drug, and I guess in prior tests of similar drugs, it has caused some problems. Have you heard of any kind of potential problems, or when this will be out of the phase of, again, I'm using the terminology I've heard, it could be incorrect, experimental, to where it's actually fully approved by the FDA?
Yeah, so the two vaccines that we have, the Pfizer and the Moderna, are approved through what the FDA calls an emergency use authorization. That's the same thing that is used, has allowed the monoclonal antibodies to be used. It's the same thing that's allowed the convalescent plasma to be used. What that means is that there has been some safety and efficacy studies done, but it hasn't gone through the full process. And when you think about the vaccine, bear in mind that the virus has only been identified for 13 months now. So the phase 3 trials from Moderna and Pfizer, I think they started in September. So we don't have any long range understanding of will the vaccine need to have booster shots? How long is immunity conferred? We don't know any of that yet because there's no long term yet. I have read that that people, pregnant women, are not prohibited from getting the vaccine. It's recommended, particularly if they have other a risk for other medical issues. So there's not a prohibition on that. Do we have lots and lots of experience and knowledge? No. This is the way this vaccine works is not a new technology. The messenger RNA technology is not new. It's been studied for more than a decade. It's how our bodies naturally make proteins. So in many ways, the COVID situation really accelerated that research. But I don't think we can say. What we know is that it works at a very high level, and that it's got very high safety ratings. It's not without risks. There is no medical treatment that's without risk. The most likely thing that happens to people when they get the vaccine, if they're going to have side effects, is pain, swelling, redness at the injection site. And some people will feel ill. They'll have fever, body aches, general malaise. And what that really means is your immune system is doing its job. The reason that you get fever when you have an infection isn't because of the virus, it's because your immune system is spinning up and doing its job. There's a very small proportion of people who have had very significant side effects. That's the anaphylactic shock, the loss of ability to breathe. That's why we have the monitoring. It is extremely remote, but it's one of those things that, while it's very unlikely, the consequences can be catastrophic. So that's why that monitoring period is built in for this vaccine that you don't see in other vaccines.
Thank you very much. John, some other quick questions while we try to wrap up here. Councilmember Trickey.
I should raise my left hand and move my mouse with my right. Thanks, John. That is very encouraging news. To be honest with you, back in November, there's no way I would have thought we would be in this good of a position come January. So, tentative sigh of relief. My question is I'm just kind of wondering if you have any inside information on when we're going to start seeing the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
No, there's several vaccines. AstraZeneca's got one that's in phase 3 trials. Johnson & Johnson's got one in phase 3 trials. Some of those are also single-dose vaccines. So at this point, I haven't heard when they're going to have enough cases that they're going to be able to do the data analysis and go to the FDA for their own emergency use authorizations. But there are several in phase 3 trials right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final questions? Don't see any. John, thank you again. We hope the next time you're back, you've got even more good news. So
I hope so. Thank you very much.
We've got our fingers crossed. Thank you again for your efforts. We'll move to public comment on item number 1. If you're listening and would like to comment on the COVID update we just had, please call that number 237-6196. Do so as quickly as you can, 237-6196. Reminder, we'll ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. We'll need your name and address up front. And also, please turn off your computer or at least mute it or your television because our meeting is actually slightly ahead of what you're hearing. And it'll be very confusing if you are trying to listen both to the phone and to your screen. 237-6196. Denise Bowman, our city clerk, do we have anyone who's called 237 on your phone?
Yes, we do. Hold on. Hello, you've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Ellen Mellor, Mellor.
Okay, and your address, Ellen?
2695 South Ridge Drive.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ellen Mellor, and I was recently diagnosed with COVID, and I've had several interactions with Riverstone Health, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Riverstone Health. I've read many comments, negative comments about Riverstone Health on social media, and I can only say that my experience has been absolutely wonderful. They were professional, they were efficient, helpful, kind. The follow-up, they called me immediately when I was diagnosed, and they called me when my isolation period was up. So I just wanted to give them a shout out because I don't think a lot of Billings residents have really given them a fair shot. I can't say enough good things about them. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. And we wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, any other callers?
No, Mayor, it looks like that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close the public comment period, and special thanks to that caller for giving us that shout out to Riverstone. We'll move on then to item number 2, a little bit of good news and bad news. The good news is, I apologize to the council, I'm mathematically challenged. So when I gave you those numbers before, I was sort of premised that we were starting at 6 o'clock, not at 5:30. So the good news is all those numbers can be pushed back 30 minutes. And if we go according to plan, instead of being 4 hours, we'll be here a mere 3.5 hours. So that's the good news. The bad news is we're now 11 minutes behind schedule, even with that. So we'll try to move ahead. Item number 2, MDT, Montana Department of Transportation, 27th Street Railroad Crossing. Wyeth Friday, can you introduce this? And I think you've got an MDOT representative or two.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks. Actually, Debbie Melling's going to start us off, and I'll be weighing in a little bit later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our Public Works Director, Debbie Melling.
Hi, thanks, Mayor and Council. Yes, we do have a couple of people here with us tonight. We have the District Administrator for Montana Department of Transportation for our district, and that's Rod Nelson. I think he's, yes, he's on here. And then Tim Erickson, who is the project manager from HDR for the railroad crossing project that they're doing for MDT, is on as well. And we do just a little bit of history. We do a lot of projects with MDT. We are in close contact with MDT on a regular basis with many projects. And I'm going to send something in this week's weekly update that Chris does that will bring you up to speed on several projects. We have Main Street that's about to start. We've got the I-90 project, Grand Avenue. Several projects are underway. And I'll bring you up to speed on those as much as possible. In a weekly, we can come back and do reports whenever you need updates, but this particular one is the railroad crossing, and MDT has been doing some work to get to a point where now they need some feedback from all of us. And so we wanted to have Tim and Rod give you the background on this project, what they found so far, and then we'll hope to have a discussion about the feedback we want to provide to MDT so they can move on to the next stages. So with that, I believe Rod was going to talk, or maybe Tim.
Rod or Tim, take it away.
So this is Tim Erickson with HDR, and hopefully I just shared my screen and everybody can see that. Please let me know if you are unable to see that. And Mayor, I did want to say that your comment about writing the date on the checks and determining that in 2021 is I had to look at this 3 or 4 different times to make sure that date was right. So I feel you there. But yeah, I wanted to start this presentation and have Rod kind of give a background, if he can, on kind of the overall study and the overview and background of where we're at for this study.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Tim, and thank you, Mayor, and the City Council for allowing us to present to you today. My name is Rod Nelson. I'm the Billings District Administrator for the Montana Department of Transportation. Public involvement is a vital part of everything we do at MDT. We're very appreciative of the opportunity tonight for sharing with you this very important study and you sharing with us your questions, comments, and concerns. We want to hear from you and the Billings community what they think of the potential solutions presented in this study. I want to emphasize this is a study and there is not a preconceived solution or outcome to this study. Looking at the agenda for today's meeting, I wanted to start out by giving you a quick overview of the 27th Street Railroad Crossing feasibility study. Then Tim Erickson is going to be presenting in more detail about short-term and long-term alternatives that have been identified for consideration. The entire presentation should take about 20 minutes to complete. Then we will open it up to questions and comments. So over the course of time, including recent years, with the increased Bakken oil production, MDT has received numerous requests to do something about delays on 27th Street associated with the railroad crossing. In response, MDT agreed to conduct a high-level statewide study which identified the railroad crossing on 27th Street in Billings as being a high priority for the state as well as the Billings community. Now a more detailed feasibility study, emphasis on study, is being conducted to identify practical short-term and long-term improvement solutions that could be fundable and meet the needs of this location. We now are coming to you, asking you for your feedback on both the short-term and the long-term solutions that have been identified as part of the study. So with that, Tim is going to speak with you in more detail about the short-term and long-term alternatives. Again, please don't hesitate to write us with any questions, comments, or concerns. If you prefer, you can email the project team anytime after the meeting. The project team contact information will be shown at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rod. So as Rod mentioned, several studies, many of you are very familiar with them, have been performed over the past 50 plus years. This is one of the busiest railroad crossings in the entire state of Montana. The feedback that has been received over the years that Rod alluded to is from creating congestion, frustrated drivers, decreased downtown user experience, and also impacts to emergency services. A few statistics of the actual crossing itself. So looking back, and this comes from FRA's database, Federal Rail Administration's database. When this study itself started back in 2016, 2017, there was approximately 32 trains per day, an additional 6 what's considered switching trains per day, some of the shorter trains that go across the tracks. And the FRA database was updated with data from 2020 or late 2019. And that's actually indicating that there's 36 trains per day with those same 6 switching trains per day currently. Based on some information that we did receive from Montana Rail Link, looking at an overall monthly snapshot of their crossings in late 2018, about 90% of overall crossing events, and a crossing event is when the gate arms would be closed or closed to traffic crossing the tracks. 90% of those crossing events overall through that entire month lasted less than 6 minutes. It was just shy of 6 minutes, 5.9-ish minutes. And then broke that down a little bit further. So during the weekday peak periods, so that'd be from 7 to 9 in the morning, as well as 4 to 6 in the afternoon, evening time. Those averaged just over 3 minutes per crossing on average. Weekday during other times outside of those peak periods averaged almost 6 minutes per crossing occurrence. And then on the weekends, overall in all time periods, there was an average of approximately 4 minutes and 15 seconds for that crossing. So the reasons for this study, wanting to come up with some different objectives. Again, that statewide study identified this crossing as one of the highest important crossings in the state that could benefit from improvement solutions for both a safety and mobility perspective. So MDT and our project team that consists of us at HDR, and we're partnered with other consultants such as Dowell, Kittleson, and Land Design, who have been performing several of their studies in the downtown area as well. Wanted to take a ground level study, get some boots on the ground, have some actual survey data, geotechnical information, get some engineering data that can plug into this study to help us take some of these alternatives and vet each of those different solutions through a transparent decision process. So we want to identify short-term and long-term improvement solutions. So how those have been defined for this study has been short-term would be to leave the existing crossing as it is today, leaving it at grade where the roadway and the railroad tracks are at the same level, and look for opportunities for improvements to mobility and safety, whether it's through signal improvements, different technologies, some of those sort of things. And then also long-term improvement solutions. And how long-term is defined is looking at actual capital expenditures for an overpass or an underpass, meaning that the traffic would either go over the top of the railroad tracks or underneath the railroad tracks for an underpass. Throughout the entire study, we want to make sure that we incorporate feedback from local stakeholders and the public, as well as this group here, looking for feedback, to determine what should and can be implemented into the future and what the community of Billings ultimately wants for both potentially the short-term and long-term solutions. So a little bit more detail of the different short-term alternatives that we have looked at throughout the past couple of years for this study. We did actually start exploring possibility of, okay, if 27th Street stays open and stays at grade, could there be benefit to the community if there was consideration for closure of 28th Street or 29th Street or both of those? The reasoning behind that, it might seem a little bit crazy, but the reasoning behind that is if there were some benefits possibly to railroad operations with this, would that potentially offset the negative impacts that it would have to the connectivity of the traffic? So with that analysis of the short term, initially, we found that severed multimodal connectivity across the tracks negatively impacted vehicular mobility and connectivity, and then had negligible improvements to overall railroad operations just based on proximity to other features in the rail yard that they had for their current operations. Another short-term alternative that was looked at is signal modifications, which I'll go into more detail here in the next slide as well. We did see minor improvements for vehicular mobility there. We are able to adjust signal timing, possibly make some improvements to the overall controllers, what's considered the controllers of what actually drives the computer that drives the signals themselves, and how it can communicate with that, as well as when the railroad crossing is blocked. And that one had negligible improvements for bike peds as well. And then also what is called ITS, or Intelligent Transportation Systems. So that's a simple example of that is advanced warning signs that can be triggered when the railroad crossing is down. Anything to custom messaging boards, to various things that technology and computers can help improve there as well. We did see some moderate improvements for vehicular mobility with that. And again, mainly due to the fact that the crossing remains as it is today, negligible improvements for bike peds. So that's the initial phase of our analysis. The signal modifications and the ITS were the recommended short-term alternatives to move forward for further analysis. So signal modifications, I know this has been a hot topic of discussion in past presentations to the council here as well, and with other meetings. But the primary signal modification opportunity with this crossing would be to add a dedicated left turn arrow at 27th Street in Montana. So this is for southbound traffic on 27th Street that would turn left onto Montana Avenue, which would allow opportunities to access either the 21st Street underpass or the 13th Street underpass. So this dedicated left turn arrow was installed as part of the MDT project that wrapped up construction in late 2020. So that dedicated left turn arrow is currently installed. And then additional signal modifications that could be further explored, are under consideration, whether that's different controllers, different technology, and other things that could come out in the future that could provide for additional improvements in the future for overall signals in the downtown area. One thing to note about this signal modification for that southbound traffic on 27th Street is the overall storage availability, or the available space for cars to be able to access into that turn bay without crossing a double yellow. So it is a fairly limited space. It's only a few, maybe 5 or so vehicles that can access in there. And so then once what's considered a queue, once several vehicles start stopping for the railroad crossing at Montana, then that left turn bay does become blocked off, which so it does have some limitations on that dedicated left turn arrow. Some of the ITS solutions that we have looked at for the short-term alternatives include variable messaging boards. Adding those, maybe it's back along Montana to the west, maybe it's even at First Avenue North to the east of 27th Street. Possibly some variable messaging boards that can maybe even look at opportunities for anticipated delay times or something like that many of you maybe have seen on different freeways in other communities. Implementation of those along 27th Street or even along some of the side streets that can help motorists identify, if they don't want to wait, that there are some alternative routes that they could consider and hopefully have those decision points earlier on. Encouraging those alternate routes to the 21st Street, 13th Street, or 6th Street underpasses. And then definitely technology is constantly changing. We're having a Zoom meeting tonight and, looking at those abilities to find ways that technology can help with that safety and mobility. And there's more and more technology that's constantly available, and we're looking at some of those opportunities as well. So looking at the long-term alternatives that have been looked at for the study itself so far, we did initially with the first phase, similar to the short-term alternatives. What ideas are there? No idea is a bad idea. Let's just put them out on the ideas table and start turning the crank, put some data to it, and see what happens. So one of those, or a couple of those alternatives, was a 4-lane overpass or underpass. So meaning that all existing travel lane on 27th Street would either go over the railroad tracks or underneath the railroad tracks. One of the considerations for these alternatives to not move forward for further consideration is it completely severs traffic on 27th Street away from the downtown area. It severs that connectivity. Pretty major impacts to multimodal networks. It has the most direct and indirect property impacts of all the alternatives for the long-term alternatives. It does have the most safety improvements for the crossing, but that's not the only thing driving this study. And it was also the most expensive option. Another option was a little bit almost like of a hybrid that came about through discussions with different working groups, as well as the city county planning, and other stakeholders. Was looking at a 2-lane grade separation, meaning that a single lane of traffic in each direction on the inside of the roadway would grade separate either over or under, but in this case would be underneath the railroad tracks and be an underpass only between the extents of Minnesota Avenue to the south and Montana Avenue to the north. This was considered, at least for this study, this was considered a fatal flaw because it does not meet current design standards. So thinking of long-term safety and mobility, it would have steep slopes and limited vertical clearance, similar to a vertical clearance maybe that is seen at the 21st Street underpass currently, and also steeper slopes in order to get, based on the proximity that there is from Minnesota Avenue to Montana Avenue relative to the railroad tracks. So another long-term alternative that has been looked at is a 2-lane overpass or a 2-lane underpass. So again, this alternative would have a single lane of traffic that either goes over the tracks or under the railroad tracks, and leaves a single lane of traffic in each direction at grade to maintain the access and mobility at the grade level through the downtown area. So we found that this improves safety and mobility of the crossing. There are definitely some property impacts, especially at what we will call the touchdown locations. So where the overpass or the underpass would leave the existing grade and need to start climbing grade or start dropping grade in order to safely get either over or under the tracks, as well as then on the other side where it comes back down and touches back in with the existing 27th Street. So that's probably where some of the most direct property impacts are noted for these alternatives. Something to note about these, all these long-term alternatives is they generally start at 1st Avenue South and terminate somewhere between 2nd Avenue North and 3rd Avenue North, depending on the different alternatives. The 2-lane overpass or underpass has less construction impacts compared to the 4-lane alternatives. Also has a less of a financial impact compared to the 4-lane alternatives. And there are some opportunities for multimodal improvements that I'll get into here in a little bit in the next few slides. So after the initial screening of these different alternatives, a 2-lane overpass and a 2-lane tunnel were recommended for further analysis, and it basically gets us to where we are today on both the short-term alternatives and the long-term alternatives that have been recommended for further analysis with this study. So here's a graphical representation of those long-term alternatives. These are called typical sections. So if you're driving down the roadway and imagine being able to just slice right down into the roadway in front of you, what it would look like if you were able to step back and kind of take a picture. So the top part of the screen is the existing condition. Again, generally in that around 1st Avenue South to 2nd, 3rd Avenue North, there's 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. Several areas that have either a center turn lane or different left turn lanes, depending on the street that they're turning onto. And so on the left-hand side would be a graphical representation of what a 2-lane overpass could look like. So a single lane of traffic in each direction that would be elevated above the railroad tracks. and then a single lane of traffic in each direction that stays at grade and maintains connectivity and mobility through the downtown core. Something we noted with these various alternatives is the anticipated traffic that would utilize either the overpass or the underpass would be traffic that wants to go from the interstate to the hospital corridor or vice versa, or to the airport. And so it's the traffic that is not intending to stop or move throughout the downtown area. And so that leaves the traffic at grade with the traffic that wants to be in the downtown core, which potentially reduces the overall, well, it does reduce the overall traffic that's at the ground level, potentially reducing or increasing the comfort level, I guess, of all users throughout there, including bicycle peds, because there's reduced traffic at that ground level. The next graphic off to the right-hand side of the screen is a graphical representation of a two-lane tunnel. And this would show, once the tunnel is fully developed, that a single lane of traffic in each direction that stays at grade could actually be migrated more to the center, directly above the tunnel, which then provides opportunities to enhance the streetscape, bike ped opportunities and things like that, widen the sidewalk out or what might have you on the edges of those. And that would generally be from basically the railroad tracks themselves north up to First Avenue North. With that configuration could work out with that alternative. As part of the study, we have developed a few renderings. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so being able to help visualize those. So the first rendering is of an overpass, two-lane overpass alternative. And this is just south of the railroad tracks looking to the north towards Montana Avenue. And this shows how 2 lanes of traffic on the overpass could be elevated above the railroad tracks while maintaining roadway access, single lane of roadway at grade level that crosses the railroad tracks, as well as maintaining bike ped connectivity at grade as well. And then the next rendering is of a tunnel option. So this is near 2nd Avenue North, looking to the south of how a tunnel would look. And a lot of this that you see on this screen right in the center is the grades that are needed to be developed in order to maintain the vertical clearances necessary, especially for the railroad crossing itself. But then on the more major streets or the arterials, which would be Montana Avenue and First Avenue North, making sure that connectivity maintains and the various turning movements that exist today maintain with that as well. So the tunnel itself would not fully develop until just north of First Avenue North in this example, and would come back out and terminate the tunnel section itself just south of the railroad tracks on the south side. So overall, our next steps and our studies, or our goals for the study schedule, we did have our 3rd public meeting on this study, and that was held virtually, and that was back in early December of 2020. And we continue with business and stakeholder outreach. We have been in contact with several stakeholder groups, special interest groups, business owners, and wanting to continue that outreach, get the word out, try and get as much input and decision making as we can, because it's really important, again, to hear what the community ultimately wants out of this study. We have had discussions about development of an aesthetics committee and started some of those early conversations. So with even short-term alternatives and the long-term alternatives, what opportunities are there for aesthetics, placemaking, streetscapes, improvements to the overall look and feel of the downtown area, especially on 27th Street, that could be incorporated with this study? And then overall, our goal is, it's not set in stone, but our goal is to finalize the study with identified next steps that are, again, for the community of Billings by summer of 2021. So, in the next few months, being able to incorporate the feedback we have here and be able to circle back with our project stakeholders and partners on the project and finalize our study and identify those next steps. So with that, I will turn it back to Debbie.
Thanks, Tim. So tonight, what we want to do is, first, we wanted to present all of this to you. So you had history and you knew how we had how MDT and HDR had come up with the recommendations or the options that were out there. So they're asking the city for feedback, and we would like to have a discussion with council about what the recommendation to MDT should be from the city. The three options, of course, are no build, which is an option, an overpass, which has a lot of concerns. City staff looks at that, and I think most of you, when you saw that picture, can see how much impact that would have to our downtown. So there's a lot of concern about the overpass. The underpass, we think, shows potential and possibly should have some further analysis on that to see what sort of impacts we would have. So those are really the three recommendations that we can make. In addition, we can ask MDT to pursue some other options like the ITS they brought up, possibly evaluating some of the other underpasses, and then possibly making a recommendation to either MDT or staff to further study the impacts to downtown for either the overpass or the underpass. So really what we want to do right now is just have a conversation about questions, thoughts, anything that we'd like to discuss to get to a point of being able to give MDT some feedback. Tim, I think you can stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Debbie, Tim, Rod. Is there anything else before we open up for some council questions? And then we can have more general discussion. We also want to hear from the public. So we can start with open-ended questions. So Debbie, is this the appropriate time for council questions?
Yes, I wasn't sure. Wyeth and Chris have both had a lot of input into this as well. I didn't know if they wanted to finish up on the presentation or if we want to just go to questions. I'm good with either.
Okay, we'll give Wyeth
I'm sorry, Debbie covered my same point, so I won't repeat those. Wyeth, I'm here. I'm seeing Wyeth nod his head. So our thoughts are consistent with what Debbie communicated. So.
Okay, then we'll jump into questions. We're going to have plenty. I saw a number of hands. Councilmembers Yakowicz, Neese, and Boyette.
Thank you, Honor, and thank you, Debbie, and everyone for presentation. I'd like to just drill down real quick on 21st Street. I use that a lot when there's a railroad there. I know a lot of people do. It's really an eyesore. I just wondering what we could do to use that, develop it a little bit more. That's maybe a short term, but it is a lot of people use that for getting to the north side instead of 27th Street. And it's a shortcut, to the south side for a lot. And a lot of people are using it. So could you explain that more? Is there any vision on that? I'm seeing that a lot more easier than 27th Street. Thank you.
Sure. We have looked at 21st in the past, and there are some definite challenges to developing 21st. As most of you know, it's about 8 feet right now, the clearance under that. So to get to a clearance where most vehicles, the oversized vehicles could use it, you would have to go down another 5-6 feet. And looking at the grades of both sides and where they tie into the adjacent streets, it would be extremely steep, and you'd basically have to go back so far on both sides that it would be hard to make those connections. So it's been looked at. I think what we can do, and possibly I need to go back in some of our other reports to see if it's done, can we increase that by another couple feet? Can we get something more than it is today? Something needs to be done with 21st eventually. I mean, just like you said, it's an eyesore. It's going to need some work eventually, and maybe we can look at options for what we can possibly do to it. But it will be difficult to tie it in just due to grades.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wasn't clear on the presentation when he showed some short terms and then mentioned the long-term solutions is what they move forward on. And in the long-term solutions, it appears to me that some of those streets, every rendering I've seen, it's hard to tell that like First Avenue or some of those streets are not going to be through streets. Can you clarify which of those streets are no longer going to be through streets?
Sure. Great question. So I'll start first with the 2-lane overpass alternative as a long-term. The 2-lane overpass alternative maintains full connectivity, full traffic, turning movements, and everything as you see today at First Avenue South, at Montana and First Avenue North, as well as Second Avenue North. The potential impact is to primarily to Minnesota Avenue on the south side. There would be an opportunity to have access across 27th Street in the overpass solution. It would likely be at a slightly reduced clearance, not nearly the 8 feet that Debbie alluded to on the 21st Street crossing, but it would be 15 feet or so. So it's most legal vehicles, just oversized vehicles wouldn't be able to cross there. But then depending on the layout of that, we would just need to make sure that there's safety measures in place that any vehicles that do want to cross can see traffic coming, especially for left turners if there are any potential conflicts with traffic there. So the overpass solution, the only impact to an existing street, cross street, would be potentially at that Minnesota with a reduced clearance and safety concerns from some turning movements. For the 2-lane tunnel option, that starts at First Avenue South. So connectivity is maintained at First Avenue South and also at Montana and First Avenue North. However, due to the grades and other things that need to be caught with that, it does sever connectivity across 27th Street at Minnesota Avenue, as well as 2nd Avenue North. And so both Minnesota and 2nd Avenue North would become what is called a right in, right out. So if you were on 27th Street wanting to access Minnesota, you could make a right-hand turn, but you could not make a left-hand turn. And same thing coming out from Minnesota to access 27th Street, you can make a right-hand turn, but not a left-hand turn.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one of the gorilla in the room is, what is the cost for an overpass? What is the cost for a tunnel? And how much does the city have to cough up when it's all done?
Sure, great question. For the long-term alternatives, the anticipated cost, and again, these are preliminary estimates, and they aren't taking into consideration inflation, so they're in today's dollars, but the 2-lane overpass, we're estimating to be approximately $40 million. And the 2-lane tunnel option, due to the extensive construction impacts and utility impacts and other things, we're estimating at $85 million. So pretty substantial difference in the cost there. Rod, feel free to chime in, but the anticipated funding right now, based on this being a study, there is no funding identified itself in MDT's 5-year plan. However, if that is an alternative that the city would want to consider for further alternatives or further analysis and to move forward, MDT would be looking at programming that project. Now, there's various buckets of funding, as most of you are aware of MDT's financials and where that funding comes from. And so really the only potential that the city could be involved in was if there's any future discussions about utilizing urban funds, which would basically be federal dollars that MDT has, that the city uses, that could be dedicated for this project. Otherwise, there's also federal grant opportunities and other things like that with it. So it would be programmed and funded through MDT's programming if that was to move forward.
Thank you very much, Tim. While we're on that, maybe if Rod wants to comment, I have a related question, which is how MDOT funding really works. To us, it seems to make a big difference, or to me anyway, whether these dollars could be repurposed for some other benefit, other projects that benefit Billings. Are we making a trade-off, in other words? Or are they all judged independently and there really is no that kind of trade-off process where anybody says, well, you already got your $80 million, $85 million for the tunnel, you don't get these 4 other $20 million projects. Can you help us determine what kind of relative weighting we would need to do, if any, with this project versus other projects?
Yeah, so this is Rod Nelson, and that's a great question, Mayor. One of the things that I think that we need to realize is the funds that come to MDT in this district basically cover all projects, all highways and bridges between Wyoming, the Missouri River, to Hysham, out to Springdale. And so to say, if we do the overpass as an example for $40 million about, is that going to take money away from other projects within Billings? No, there's no direct correlation there, because that money encompasses projects that are scattered throughout the district. So to make that direct correlation, you really can't. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Not sure I believe it, but thank you for saying it anyway. Okay, Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you. And that was one of my questions as well, because, we're pushing for that roundabout out on the west end of town. But anyway, I actually have a few questions. One of them is, you did a feasibility study, but does that include an impact study for the businesses in that area? One of them, it seems to me like it would completely block off the access on the west side of the Northern Hotel. So I'm wondering about an impact study, and when does that come along? And then also another question that I haven't heard answered is the accident statistics, whether they're vehicular or pedestrian, and what any of these will mitigate on that. Thanks.
Sure. So the overall impact study, we don't have an actual impact study. What we're doing is having conversations with various business owners, as well as groups such as DBA, to help try to, how can we quantify, or even qualitatively start to better understand potential impacts that these various alternatives have. And again, it's not just the long-term alternatives as well. I mean, the short-term alternatives and the long-term alternatives, we want to be able to try and thoroughly vet concerns, questions, or direct impacts that business owners, as well as the community members, feel that there are. So as far as an actual titled impact study as part of the process that we have worked through with this study so far, that has not been completed with that. And then, apologize, I dropped it on your second question.
Tim, can I?
Accidents.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. So looking back through, and this is all off on memory, but they are available through the FRA database as well. I believe it has been a mix of vehicular and pedestrian accidents. Most recently, I believe the last couple have probably been due to pedestrians for various reasons. And so with the various alternatives, short-term and long-term, really the impetus of the study overall is to improve overall safety and mobility. Pedestrian safety is and safety just in general, but pedestrian safety is definitely a topic of discussion with MDT at all these crossings throughout the state, as well as 27th Street, as well as Montana Rail Link. I mean, there's just safety in general is a very important topic. And so both the short-term and long-term alternatives show some safety improvements for vehicular. Those are much easier to be able to take previous studies or best practices and try and implement some of those. The pedestrian safety, especially with all alternatives having the pedestrians maintain at grade, is a little bit more difficult, because different situations occur of whether they're maneuvering around the gates that currently are crossed across the sidewalks, or other situations that occur that have caused those accidents in the past.
Councilmember Tricky and Chris Kupelski.
So first, I just wanted to make a comment. I multiplied 30 train crossings times 5 minutes and got 2.5 hours that cars cannot cross over that. I assume that kind of resonates with what you guys are thinking in terms of the numbers of this. My first question is, so right now so I drive across 27th Street at that point a lot on a regular basis, and I hadn't noticed this, but I may not have been paying attention the last month. But so right now, the left-hand turn on 27th at Montana, is that enabled as part of the traffic timing for that light there right now when a train is crossing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. I can't tell you how many times I've sat there and gone, My other question is, so I'm assuming that like the short-term things and the long-term things are not mutually exclusive. So I'm kind of wondering what the time frame would be for the ITS kinds of solutions versus the time frame for building an overpass or an underpass.
Sure. Yeah, and you're correct. They're definitely not mutually exclusive. And there's part of as the study has moved along is, we've even asked ourselves, is short term and long term really even the definition for those anymore? But yeah, so to answer your question, short term, it really all depends on the technology, the availability of the technology, the implementation of that, and then obviously who owns and maintains. But just taking out all of those what ifs out of the scenario, some fairly easy ITS, meaning primarily additional advanced warning signs, could definitely be installed, next construction season. In fact, an additional advanced warning sign was installed on 27th Street as part of the project that MDT wrapped up last year in 2020. So adding one of those is more down to just getting fiber optics or something else installed in the roadway that wants to go to so they can communicate to each other. As far as the long-term alternative solutions, so there's a couple different aspects to that for timing. So if one of those alternatives was to move forward, the overall programming process for MDT will take for sure a few years. And then the design, to undergo the final design and get it ready for construction would be, at least a 3 to 4 year development timeframe would be my best guess. So between now and the actual ability to have it get started for construction, I think under best circumstances, we'd probably be looking at 10 years still, but more than likely it'd be longer than 10 years. And then the overall construction time frame of both of those alternatives, thinking of an aggressive time frame, would be likely a 2 construction season for those, whereas the construction impacts for a 2-lane tunnel, as an example, because you're digging a large hole for a very extended period of time, or for a long distance, would likely have traffic completely shut down on 27th Street for that 2-year time period. Whereas an overpass, you could construct for the majority of the time frame with at least a single lane of traffic open in each direction on 27th Street. And then if there are certain situations of constructing the bridge overhead where it's just not safe, you would need to shut down traffic for that. But so the short term, to recap, would be, depending on the extents and the technology, could be, very soon, in a year, couple years, depending on the technology. Long term would be much further out.
Thank you very much, Tim. Let's go to public comment now. Have other questions later. Councilmember Welch, you've got a quick question before we go to public comment?
Yeah, possibly. 27th Street is the main passage for Fire Engine 1 and Fire Engine 2, going both to their own first run responses and second run responses. And so if you're going to load them onto a 2-lane street, there's no way for vehicles to get out of their way for 4 blocks in either direction. Is anybody taking a look at that? Because it's set up now, vehicles from the 2 lanes can kind of crowd together like you're supposed to, move to the right and let fire trucks through. It's a pretty serious situation.
Sure, appreciate that comment. Definitely thinking about both on the response side as well as, potential for a vehicle that breaks down or something like that, trying to, balance out the overall width and impacts that are associated with that, with the ability for, vehicles were to move over, making sure that there's enough room, from both sides being able to move over for an emergency vehicle to still to pass. So definitely conversations and thought going into what does that look like for safe passage there.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to public comment then. That phone number, 237-6196, 237-6196. If you've been listening to the discussion, please feel free to call that number, 237-6196. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Please tell us your name and your address up front. And also please mute or turn off your screen, your television or your computer, because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing broadcast. And it'll be very confusing if you're listening to one thing in the phone and something else over your screen. Number again, 237-6196. Denise, do we have callers to that phone number?
We do, Mayor. Hold the line. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comments. May I have your name and address, please?
You bet. My name is Paul Schomer. My address is 1223 Princeton Avenue.
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
All right. This is a subject that is of great interest to me as well. I went to the review at the at the library some time ago. I have kind of kept track of what's going on, and I would certainly hope that whatever is chosen does not create another, perhaps bigger problem than we already have. I go through that intersection every day several times, and so I appreciate if we would not have to stop for the train, but I think that to do it as a single lane in each direction would be a bad solution. I think from an expense standpoint that going down and making it an underpass is prohibitive. So I would be in support of a 4-lane, 2 lanes in each direction that would go over the track and then deal with the other situations. I'm not sure what all it would take, but from my point of view, I think that it would be very doable. We shut down Montana Avenue for the for various events anyway, and so I think that making access in and out of Billings is critical, and dealing with the resultant problems that would occur would be less involved than not being able to get back and forth. And I certainly think that if the ambulances and the fire trucks can't get across for whatever reason, that is a real bad situation. So I am certainly in support of doing something, but I don't want to see us create a bigger problem than we already have. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Eric Schmidt, ERICSCHMIDT, 2915 2nd Avenue South.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Eric Schmidt, and I am the chair of the Yellowstone Valley Citizens Council, a community grassroots organization with over 250 members advocating for a healthy, inviting, and sustainable Yellowstone County. First, I want to thank MDT and HDR for their hard work on this project and for sharing their presentation with our organization back in December. We certainly appreciated their fielding of our numerous questions. We recognize that this may be the first time that Council is hearing about this issue, that this is a work session and a time to ask questions. We want to share our thoughts and concerns to aid that dialogue. The Yellowstone Valley Citizens Council discussed the railroad crossing and came to a consensus that both of the build options are unacceptable in our view, and that we support a non-build, technology, and non-automobile dominated infrastructure alternative. We discussed the issue at length, including reviewing our past work on railroad issues, and found that the benefits of these major disruptors pale in comparison to the detriments. Both build options would have severe negative impacts on walkability and bikeability in downtown, work we have been partnering with the city on for years. Livability downtown would decline with the increase in traffic speed, numbers, visual obstruction, safety concerns, and commensurate decreases to business prosperity and property values. Why should we use our collective tax money to reduce our tax base? The structures further create an infrastructural divide in our city. We all still are grappling with the socioeconomic impacts of the other divider through downtown, railroad, and we believe further analysis and partnership with the residents this project aims to help is a priority to better develop and plan solutions to alleviate those inequalities. We believe this is a drastic build solution with high expense and construction time, and there would be no turning back once construction is started. And if we decided, like so many other cities, that these large highways through our city centers are a detriment and blight. Therefore, we support the maintenance of the at-grade crossing with additional information technology, signage, and alternative wayfinding assistance. Personally, as someone who lives on the south side and works on the south side, I would much rather see a partnership between state funds and the city planning to support entrepreneurship, healthcare access, and other essential services on the south side, all achievable for significantly less than the overpass's price tag of $40 million. This was a fine study to understand how many cars were trying to cross the tracks and how we can move them faster, but we need to ask why these people are traveling and how we can connect them to their destination before traversing the railroad. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
It's Megan Carey. My address is 1722 Jamie Street.
Okay, go ahead, Megan.
Hi, I wanted to talk about the new city ordinance that you guys had decided to progress with. I just kind of got all this information tonight, so sorry if it's not quite correct.
Okay, Megan.
From my understanding.
Excuse me, just a moment, Megan.
Sure.
Are you calling about the MDT, the railroad crossing study alternatives? That's what we're taking public comment for right now.
When will you be doing it on the massage therapy ordinance?
Mayor, do you have an idea?
It's our next item up. So I can't predict, but probably at least an hour.
Probably another hour, Megan.
Okay, because online it said 5:30.
Yes, that's when our meetings start.
Another hour?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call back.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, that looks like that's all the calls for MDT.
Okay, thank you very much, Denise. We'll close the public comment period on item number 2. Back to council, Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. Okay, so quick comment. We've heard a lot about the vehicle traffic, and to me, the really big issue is also the one Councilmember Ewald brought up of first responder access across the tracks, right? But I don't want to lose sight of the pedestrian experience, which is a very significant part of our population. Looking at that overpass option, and I know it's cheaper, I know it goes in faster, I know all of those things, and I hear that. I cannot support that. I think it would significantly decrease pedestrian traffic through all of those streets. I don't know anyone who currently walks around underneath the underpasses. To me, prioritizing that for the downtown is a really big deal. So the point that I would make and would encourage us to make is that I think there are problems with both of these options. Of the two, the tunnel is clearly, to me, the winner in terms of visually what it's going to do for the downtown, the access that it will give pedestrians still at grade, and our ability to accomplish these goals. So without getting too prescriptive, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to not work farther on an overpass option and at least give that direction to MDT. So that's a motion I'd like to make.
Okay, there is a motion. Again, this is purely, it's not binding in the sense of final decision by the city, but it is direction to staff at this point, just to pursue the tunnel option. Is there a second to that motion?
Mayor.
Okay, we have a second to the motion from Councilmember Ronning. We'll proceed to discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purington, you had your hand up earlier, so please feel free.
Well, one, as far as the motion is, because I don't know that our staff is actually pursuing this as much as MDT. So maybe some clarification on that from Wyeth or Debbie. I'm not sure where that is in that type of a motion. And I do have another comment after we figure that one out.
What does it mean for us to voice favor for one or the other of these, Debbie or Wyeth?
So that's exactly why we're here tonight, is we want to give MDT direction. We want to give them feedback from the city of Billings. And city staff has some feedback we've given, and we would like to give feedback from the city council. So that's exactly what we're looking for, is the city council to tell MDT what their preferences are.
Okay. Councilor Purington, did you want to continue further?
Yes, please. So there's been the discussion of vehicle versus pedestrian, and there wasn't a lot of data, Tim, in your response of accidents, whether they involve pedestrian versus vehicle. And moving forward, has there, in your feasibility study, have you looked at the number of cars that go across the railroad tracks versus the number of pedestrians that go across those railroad tracks? I would almost imagine that the vehicles were going to outweigh the pedestrians quite a bit. But do you have anything in your study with that?
Yeah, so we do have in our study, we do have dedicated traffic studies that do look at primarily the vehicular traffic and the growth patterns of the area. And we do have data on that. And as far as the pedestrian counts, we do have some counts that we can probably decipher from some of the vehicular counts, but and we could work with Wyeth's group a little bit more too if there's been any dedicated pedestrian counts down there, and try and emphasize that aspect much more. But the primary focus has been because the vehicular traffic is definitely a growing concern, and will continue to be so with overall congestion in the area. But we do have the data on that as part of our study that we've been doing.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just ask a question, then turn it to Councilmember Brown and Boyette. Related to that, what you were saying there, Tim, and also Debbie, in her presentation, she said that one option would be to request more study of impacts. I guess that'd be business impacts, pedestrian impact in particular. And Councilor Purington has kind of made the point through her questions that we're not seeing a lot of data on safety. I mean, how many do we really know that we have a safety problem? And if so, what's the data to that effect? And how are first responders impacted now? And is that jeopardizing health and safety? So I guess I personally have some concern that the motion may be premature if there's still more information that might lead us in a direction of no build whatsoever, or preferring one of the two build options. But can you just comment, either Debbie or Tim, on what continuing this study on impacts would look like, and putting together a better presentation on the safety benefits here?
So I'm going to let Tim talk for a minute about the safety. I know they did look at emergency response and some accident and that sort of thing, but I would say that the study that we're talking about, the further study, is because we don't feel like there's enough information on what the impacts to downtown businesses, the impacts to pedestrians as they're stopped at a train or as there's an overpass or underpass. We think that there are more criteria that we need to be looking at, and that's what we were saying by a further study to get to a solid answer between some of these options. Maybe there's one you can throw out tonight, maybe there's not, or maybe we need to go further on all of them. But we do think further study may be recommended to answer those business impacts and that sort of thing.
Tim, can you comment?
Yeah, absolutely. And so from the safety data perspective, we do have, looked at the best quantitative we can based on the knowledge that we have of accidents, traffic, and using that engineering best practices in order to do a traffic and safety study. And we have developed that. And so I don't have those statistics right in front of me for this meeting here today, but appreciate the comment that, being able to bring that data for further knowledge base is a very valid comment, and appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Brown and Boyette and Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you guys kind of touched on this a little bit, and I know that the railroad doesn't have to do a darn thing. They're fine where they're at. They got the rights to do anything they want in their property. But has there been any discussion with taking the train under the road rather than cars all around the track?
Yeah, there has, especially with some past studies that have been done. So this study really driving out from the beginning, where MRL has been a stakeholder at the table with us from the beginning, and from the beginning, we've really focused this study on public infrastructure, not only because if the answer is no once, we're just going to leave it alone, but primarily it's focused on, again, to Rod's point that he made earlier, is that the community has reached out to MDT and talked about, we need to look at if there's anything that can be done for this crossing to improve safety and mobility. And so we took that perspective from, what MDT has abilities to start looking at too, which is the public infrastructure. But if there are any discussions or further comments or questions directly for the railroad, definitely encourage you to reach out, send an email or a letter to the railroad, and just ask them those questions as well.
Oh, I'm sure they'll do it if we pay for it. I don't think there'll be any problem there.
Debbie, did you or Chris have anything to add there?
I did. There was a study called Over, Under, and Around a few years ago, and we can get that off to you, but it absolutely looked at exactly that. And what they found was that the railroad tracks, because of the grade to get far enough underground, you had to start back at the edge of downtown. And there's so many places in downtown that they access that it was basically impossible for the railroad to go under. So I'll send that to you, though. I'll find a copy and send it off.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Councilmember Boyette and Chris, and then Councilmember Tricky. Just a reminder, we do have a motion on the table to favor or express some preference for the tunnel. So to the extent you can keep your comments focused and make them germane to that motion, that would be appreciated. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. And referring to Councilmember Shaw's comment about safety, I don't know that I have enough information. I think you brought it up, Mayor, that I'd like to make a substitute motion that we ask for more information prior to making a decision. This is a big deal. And I really think we need more information, particularly about what traffic will be and what people, how does it affect people in general downtown?
Okay, so there is a substitute motion. Councilor Purington is putting up two fingers, so I'll interpret that as a second, to request MDOT to continue the study process, especially focused on impacts. And there, I guess, would be pedestrian, but also safety, both benefits, cost benefits is the way I'm interpreting that motion, which has been seconded. It's a substitute motion, so it's not it would replace the underlying motion. So that's what's on the table now. Discussion, further discussion. Councilmember, Chris Tukolsky, I recognized you, and then Councilmember Tricky, and then Councilmember Neese. Yes.
Mayor and Council. So, and one of my questions really builds off of Councilmember Purington's from a while ago. I don't know, is there clarity from either Tim or Rod on the economic impact kind of analysis? Debbie and I talked about the importance of that data and whether that's something MDT will make as a part of this analysis, or is it something we need to pay for separately? But we would concur that that type of analysis is really important. So that'd be one point. Specific to Kendra's motion, the intent was not necessarily that we thought tonight you'd have enough information to say this is the solution. Clearly, I think we're quite a ways from that. But that being said, I think if there were options we wanted off the table, MDT probably would appreciate that. And I can't help but wonder, frankly, of what I perceive to be the decimation of the impacts of the overpass. Maybe money shouldn't be so much wasted there, but instead spent on under economic impacts alternatives as a way to manage these resources, particularly when you look how, more than twice as expensive the underpass is. So giving feedback tonight to MDT, they appreciate it, as Debbie points out, but we did not expect a conclusive, this is the solution to this tonight. It really was to give you an opportunity to give MDT and staff feedback on how best to work as we have plenty of years of work to do here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So reference to economic impact, Councilmember Boyette, on your motion, and Councilmember Puritan, I assume that you would include economic impacts as within the scope of your proposed substitute motion. Councilmember Boyette gave me the okay sign, so we interpret that to be yes. Councilmember Chiriky.
Yeah. So just a clarification on that motion. I'm assuming that what you're thinking, Councilmember Boyette, are the build solutions. But finding out, continuing to study and think about what the build solutions are.
Correct. And just as a little side note, 45 years ago, I was a brand new deputy sheriff with a brand new car and a brand new badge, and they sent me to the South Hills, which I didn't even know where it was. And immediately I was stopped by a train. I didn't have a clue how to get to where I was going. So for 45 years, I've been trying to figure out how to get to the South Hills from downtown Billings. So I would do any information we have is better. I think that it's probably a no-brainer that we look at 13th Street and 21st Street underpasses. I think that's a given. We use them now. Why not enhance them, make them better? Thank you, everyone, for smiling.
Yeah, so I just want to say I support moving forward on a build option. I kind of have a slight preference for the underpass, but I think we need to move forward on a build option. I do have one question on terms of both the overpass and the underpass. Do they include a pedestrian crossing of the railroad?
Not a grade separated crossing. The pedestrians would maintain at grade currently with at least the alternatives that are currently in the study. And a lot of that is based on discussion still that, the pedestrian overpass at, I believe is 25th, Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong, those ideas and plans are still on the table. And some of those that have already been in the works for providing enhanced pedestrian access as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I have no problem supporting Councilmember Boyette's substitute motion. I agree. We need more information across the board. My goal in making the motion originally, just to clarify, was that staff has specifically asked us to give them some direction if possible. And so I was attempting to try and do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Question kind of on the pedestrian access issues from Tim. Is there any way to mitigate the lack of east-west pedestrian access with the tunnel at the touchdown points around 3rd Avenue and Minnesota or wherever they land, specifically a pedestrian bridge over the hole created by the tunnel?
Yeah, of course there is.
What does that cost?
Off the top of my head, honestly, Debbie, I don't even know what 25th was. It would be less than that because of the span, but
it's right over $1 million.
Yeah, let's say 1 to 1.5 million. Amenities, aesthetics, all those can play into it.
Okay, thank you. I hate to ever say that. Oh, what's a couple $1 million? But I guess when you're looking at this scale, what's a couple $1 million if it makes a big improvement on the pedestrian front? So something to keep in mind, I guess I would suggest. Council Member Purington and Councilmember Neese.
Well, I just wanted to verify that motion because Danny brought in the build solution. And at this point, I'm not ready to say a build or no build. I think the whole part of the motion is for more information, because I think with more information, we will be able to decide whether a build or no build. So that kind of changed the dynamics of that motion. I don't know if, I thought it was off. You're doing this. I thought you said I was off. Don't scratch your ear right now. So anyway, I'm just trying to decide what that motion really entails, because I'm not ready to say build or no build. I'm going to have more information.
Thank you very much for that question. So Councilmember Boyette, the question is, in your motion, is it your intent to include the build options in the analysis?
Yes.
And exclude the no build option?
No, I think everything should be
intention to include all without any exclusions at this point.
I think everything should be on the plate at this point. We should look at the build, and if it comes up too much, then we move to Plan B. But no, I think everything should be open. More information, the better. This has been going on for 60 years. We need to get to the bottom of it somehow.
Okay, and Councilmember Purington, that was your second. You raised the issue, so obviously that has your approval. So that's the scope of the proposed motion, as you just heard. Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, that was partly what I was going to address, because I think either the build options are going to kind of decimate downtown, and it has to be a really bad problem for us to do that to downtown. I don't think there's enough studies to indicate. We haven't heard from the Downtown Billings Association how this would impact them or the businesses along there. I'm more apt to really ask MDT to look at much more alternative ways to route that traffic sooner, and get maybe other accesses to the if they're going to the freeway, direct them in other ways. So I'm hoping that's when they look at these other solutions, to find ways to get people out of downtown different ways without having to remove downtown. So Wayfair finding short-term things like that. So that would be, I hope that's all part of that they're going to bring back to us, but definitely an impact on what it's going to do downtown, because I think it's going to really impact it negatively.
Okay, thank you very much. Wyeth Friday, and then a reminder, we should move to a vote on the proposed substitute motion. Councilmember, Wyeth Friday. I don't want to insult you by calling you a councilman.
No, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Just a couple really quick things, because Debbie and Chris and Tim and all have been covering most of this. I think one thing that's definitely important just to note on the technology, the ITS solutions. If you look, like when in our memo that went to you in 2013, we attempted to do some pretty heavy duty analysis of technology at that time, which is now many years ago already. And I know Tim mentioned some of the early warning signage. And at that point, we were also looking at, different apps for phones, 911 notifications. I mean, a lot of different technology options. So I think it's really important to keep in mind that when you talk about that whole kind of basket of things, that there's a lot of options out there for routing and early notice that could be looked at. Obviously, all of them, there's the different costs, but the signage is certainly a big one, but there's some other options there too. So just to note that as we talk about options and looking at that. And then just wanted to mention too, that as was noted, there is the 25th Street Bridge, pedestrian bridge project was actually designed and right up to and was bid, and we ended up so far over what the bid, what we thought the engineering estimate was, that it didn't go forward. But as Debbie noted, that was around $1 million several years ago. So that still very much has a lot of potential for the pedestrian piece, depending on what is looked at. Regardless, almost really what's looked at the 27th Street intersection. And then lastly, just really quick, because the downtown BBP was noted, did talk to email and visit with them. And they haven't come out with a formal from their board, the DBP board, a formal action on this, but talking with their development director, Mehmet Casey, there's definitely been, discussions and concern from their members, property owners and business owners. And I think definitely an interest in certainly what the no build options are before getting to the build options. And I think there was some concern, and this was brought up earlier, I think by Councilmember Chiriki or one of the council members, that, if you build an overpass, I mean, then you've got an overpass and it's there. And so I think part of the concern with some of the folks downtown from listening to the DBP staff is just that's a decision that it's very permanent. And so I think there was some concern there. So just wanted to share that. They said that was okay to share tonight, but they haven't, there's still more discussion going on with that group. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, I recommend that we move to a vote on the substitute motion, which is to not take a specific position on either no build option or a specific build option, but to request that MDOT continue its study process that we would like to be a part of, particularly aiming at the need of the build options relative to the no build, and then the impacts that might be seen from the build solutions as well as the no build solutions. At least that's my interpretation of the motion. So we'll proceed to a vote. Any other clarification required before we move to a vote? Not seeing any, then all in favor of that substitute motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the substitute motion are Council members Chiriki, Cole, Ronning, Purington, Joy Boyette, Yakowicz, Ewald, Shaw, and Neese, meaning the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Sorry we didn't solve all your problems, Rod and Tim, but we do appreciate your efforts. This is a big one. It's been going on for 62 years, I believe our staff report said, of studies, and I guess you'll have to go on for at least another week or two, but if you could report back to us in a few days, having all that work done, we'd appreciate it. Okay, thanks very much. That wraps up then item number 2. Item number 3 is our massage therapy business license ordinance. Council, it's 7:27. We typically take a break around 7:30. Rather than even having a 5-minute discussion and having to break the presentation, I would recommend that we take the break now and then come back. So we'll do that. We'll try to get started at 7:35 or as close to that as we can. It's about 7 minutes from now. See you at about 7:35 for item number 3, the massage therapy business license ordinance. behind. Appreciate the earlier discussion, though, which was very helpful. If we spend about 90 minutes, about an hour and a half on the next item, and I have no way to know if that's, I doubt that's, it's going to be at least that, then we would be moving into the Human Relations Commission around 9. Hazmat response, maybe 9:15 to 9:30. Public comment on non-agenda items, we hope to be done before 10 is our goal tonight. With that, then, we'll move to item number 3. Chris Kukulski, your city administrator, we have several presenters tonight, and would you like to tell us who they are and how you'd like to present the staff report here?
Yes, Mayor Cole, I'm going to share my screen here, and that's a part of the presentation. We've tried to lock ourselves in that we not be more than about 12 to 15 minutes on our presentation, so most of the discussion can be answering questions and hearing from the public. So let me dive right in. We will have Stephanie Baucus, who is the co-chair, co-founder of the Yellowstone County Area Human Trafficking Task Force. She's one of our presenters this evening, myself, and then Gina Dahl. So I've got a first couple slides, and I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie. So a bit of history. This was an initiative. I was thinking about this on the break. I may be your third administrator since this initiative was put in place. Now, in fairness, the middle one was an interim, and that was known. But when this initiative was set forth in 2017, it was put forward. In fact, I think you got an email today, late this afternoon or mid-afternoon. We received an email from the council member who put this on the table. In 2018, so prior to my arrival, there was a working group that worked through several dozen ordinances from around the country. Later, we'll touch on that briefly. That work was done. And then when, upon my arrival in late 18, then in February, I think it was, maybe March of 19, and then again repeated in February of 20, the council adopted a set of priorities, both of which were inclusive of the need to move forward with some type of a business license to deal with illicit massage businesses. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie, and she's going to help really where her expertise is in this regard in defining that we do actually have a problem here that we're trying to solve. So with that, Stephanie, I'm going to turn it over to you. And if you'll let me know when, I can move slides for you.
Oh, thank you so much, Chris. Hi, everyone. I really appreciate you all letting me join you today. As Chris mentioned, I've just been sort of volunteering and helping out. I'm an attorney, but I'm a co-chair and co-founder of the Yellowstone County Area Human Trafficking Task Force. So I am, I've done some of the investigative work into how these types of ordinances and problems are happening around the country. So I think everyone here knows that human trafficking is modern day slavery, and that when we talk about it, we refer to, forced servitude for sex or labor. So I'm going to try really hard to use language that is appropriate. It's difficult sometimes when we talk about these crimes that are pretty horrible. As you can see on the slide, and I don't need to read everything on the slides, but, it's about a $150 billion industry around the world, and that's per year, with 40 million victims that they estimate. And that's more humans living in slavery than ever before in human history. It's not more per capita, but it's more people. So it's a very serious problem that we all need to look at. So it comes in many forms. And one of those forms, is sort of the escort services that you see in and out of hotels or motels. Another form is day laborers. And then we have IMBs here in Billings. And as you can see on the screen, estimates from researchers that there are about 9,000 of those in the U.S., and they consider it to be the second largest form of trafficking. The numbers are very difficult to gather. If you just look at calls into a trafficking hotline, you're not going to get very many calls about these IMBs, or illicit massage businesses, as they're called in the industry. So if I say IMB, I'm talking about these particular businesses. So you wouldn't get very many calls about them, but we estimate that they're actually a pretty significant chunk of human trafficking. And over the past few years, we estimate, the FBI law enforcement estimates, there are between 15 and 27 of them in Billings, Montana. Also, I should say, Chris, I don't know if now or later, but we have with us FBI Special Agent Brandon Walter, who is really the foremost expert on human trafficking in Montana. And he has gotten permission to join this conference, this meeting tonight for City Council. He certainly can't advocate for or against anything, but he can answer questions. So if I can't answer something, I know that Brandon will be able to. So as you probably know, these businesses have been here. We're about to get to this slide, but I just have one more thing on the previous one. So if we could go back. So these businesses have been here for decades. This was an excerpt from Phoebe Tollefson's article last year that's linked below. And you can see that Tokyo Sauna set up shop in '84. And then 12 years later, it was raided. And so we've had trouble as a community getting rid of these IMBs. So it's time, I think, for the city to do something. And just to be clear, the city certainly is not interested in considering these criminals in the same way that we consider licensed massage therapists or professionals. That linkage has been done by the criminals, because they're using massage businesses to run these operations. So we could flip to the next slide, Chris. Thank you. Okay, so I think you guys can read what's on your screen here. And I think that it's pretty obvious. You see a flashing neon ATM sign. You've got people coming in and out at all hours. There's provocative online ads for these businesses. And one other thing I would note is that most of the time, the people working, and I'm using working in quotes, live there full time, like on the premises in substandard conditions. They're not allowed to leave. They can't leave unless they're driven by the owner. Many speak broken English, and they're on call basically 24 hours a day. For those IMBs, a lot of IMBs are actually part of criminal networks of some sort. Very difficult to prove that. But for those who are not part of networks, they still have connections with other IMBs throughout the country. And that's how those working inside are transported from one place to another. So, there's inside, if you were to get inside, you would find, nearly naked or naked people. And you would find most or all those working there to be from China or South Korea. They have been, usually IMB owners will advertise in Mandarin or Korean language magazines, either in Korea or China or larger cities in the US. And they suggest that women can make money, get their massage licenses, and come have a better life by working in whatever community they're going to. So they get stuck in this profession. They have a debt obligation usually, or they don't leave because they're afraid for their families or for themselves. And the money that they earn goes to the house. If they're lucky, they can keep some of their tips. So in terms of how often they're trafficked, the older the victim, the older the woman working there, the less frequently that she would be trafficked. So, the younger victims could be trafficked every week or weekly, and it could be a longer period for older victims. And also, the smaller the community, usually the older the woman working inside. So we tend to get slightly older women working here in Billings. So just to clarify, this is why the ordinance has some language about prostitution, or it looks like prostitution language as opposed to trafficking language, because the line is very difficult to prove, especially in cases like this. I mean, what do you think trafficking looks like for a buyer? It looks like prostitution. Very difficult to tell the difference. And so that's why I think it's really important to use this kind of code enforcement to ferret out trafficking. We have yet to hear of any woman who's worked in one of these IMBs in Billings that was there voluntarily, or that entered into the industry voluntarily, I should say. And so, these women are not prostitutes. They are current or former trafficking victims. They're not criminals, for posing as massage therapists. The owners, pimps, and traffickers are the criminals. So I think you can see the average in Billings is that, they are forced to perform sex acts with somewhere between 25 and 35 men per month at any given IMB. So many people say that trafficking or prostitution is the oldest profession. In the world of anti-trafficking advocates, we say that the prostitution is actually the oldest form of oppression. And so we're delighted that the city of Billings is interested in trying to get rid of these businesses in our community. So just real quick on this slide, Chris, this is basically data that the FBI collected in 2017 from the 6 most popular ads at websites online where people advertise for things, and the implication is that they're ads for commercial sex. And so you can see Kalispell, Helena, Butte, Great Falls, between 2,000 and 3,000 of those in 2017. Missoula and Bozeman, 4,000 to 5,000. Billings had 19,000. And the FBI will tell you that that difference is because a lot of those ads were for women working at those illicit businesses. So you can go to the next slide. So we talked a little bit earlier about how big of an industry this is. IMB industry in the U.S., $2.5 to $2.8 billion. In Billings, and a woman could earn $18,000 per month. 3 of them, which is an average, I guess, a number for the IMBs, or to earn the house, the IMB, about $500,000 per year. So these are bad places. Not only are we talking about federal human trafficking, talking about sex trafficking, prostitution, pimping, aggravated pimping, the Federal Mann Act, which is transporting a victim across state lines, or a person across state lines, rather, to engage in criminal activity. So after the definition was changed for prostitution to include the hand job or other activity that does not include penetration, that opened up the possibility of additional Mann Act investigations and convictions, but it's very tough to make. So you can see the rest of that list there. But Chris, if you want to flip slides. So this is really where the rubber meets the road for the council here. So what other alternatives are there? Like, if you don't do an ordinance like this, how could you shut these places down? Well, unfortunately, it's very difficult for law enforcement to shut them down because these cases are hard to prove. Victims are often not cooperative. They're very expensive to investigate. The city of Billings has no officers that are solely devoted to human trafficking. Before 2019, the state had no officers devoted to human trafficking. Even with those, they can barely make a dent in the number of victims. When you think about the largest form of trafficking here in Montana, it's that escort service trafficking. It's the case that I've heard, a month or two ago of the 13-year-old girl who they tried to pick her up from a car. She was standing by the bus stop at senior high school, and she almost got pulled into a car and taken away. And that is the kind of trafficking that I want to make sure that our law enforcement can investigate. That is horrifying. So right now, our existing laws are just not sufficient. The 2019 law, which is 37-33-406, does help the law enforcement or Board of Massage Therapy designees look for licenses. But many of these women working in these businesses actually have licenses, and the bill is temporary. You can see there are other issues with that. And then another bill, by making the other hand jobs, for lack of a better word, illegal, that does help. But again, you have trouble proving these crimes. So I would just make a note that some people have said, well, what about fire or code or building inspection right now? Like, why can't they help? Well, when they get inside, what are they looking for? Because without the meat that you guys have in this ordinance, there's not going to be an easy way to find that there's something actually happening that's wrong. If we could prove something illegal was happening inside, they would have been shut down a long time ago. But these cases are very hard to prove. So what about working with landlords and educating them? Well, you can't have a landlord kick someone out of their lease for just a suspicion, right? That would get you into a lot of trouble with lawyers like me. You basically need to have either someone who is convicted of a crime. There are ways to do it, but it would involve law enforcement. You'd have to, again, have law enforcement, which is extremely expensive. And the Board of Massage Therapy, well, there's not a lot they can do either. Because they are limited by the fact that they're a volunteer organization. They also respond to complaints, but limited resources. And again, the things that the city is considering putting in this ordinance are not currently illegal, or against the law. So we go to the next slide, Chris. Just wanted to share with you guys, I found this last night, and you can see I found it at 1 a.m. in the morning. So I'm sure that my server was disturbed as to why I was looking at rubmaps.com at 1 in the morning, but I promised it was for this presentation. You can see that there are users doing reviews of this happy massage here in Billings, Montana. Users named Troll and Dirty and Hand Jobs for Mongo. And they're doing reviews of Candy and Linda. I did not want to open them, nor did I have an account to do so, but I wanted to make you aware that this is what you can find on any given day. And then the last slide, Chris, is the same kind of thing. This is an ad for a business that just received a license from the city. The city licensed this business on December 29th. So at that point, it's not illegal. It was not. And there were no flags that went up, and this business was able to get that license. And you can see some language in here about health massage and Asian massage. You can see the imagery of a young Asian woman in a schoolgirl style skirt. And you can draw your own conclusions as to what is offered at this business that just received a license from the city of Billings. So I believe we do have a problem, and I thank the city very, very much for considering this as a way to help drive these businesses out of Billings. And I can certainly answer questions about the research that we've done on other jurisdictions that have used this as a way to shut them down, and any other questions that you might have. Thank you, Chris.
Stephanie, thank you so much. So I'll continue to move through the next few slides. And like I said, Gina will take a few as well, and then we'll get into your questions. So I mentioned earlier, this is just a sampling of the ordinances that were reviewed back in 2018 by the working group. Billings is not the first community to try to use this as a method. The purpose here really is to have a low-cost deterrent. I mean, a deterrent, we use law enforcement to enforce laws, but we also have deterrent methods in our community. So this I view as a low-cost deterrent, and the ordinance is not meant like any deterrent. It's not going to be a silver lining. A speed limit sign in front of a school or a park is not stop all speeders, but it has an impact, and we use other methods. So we believe this will chase several out of town, ideally all of them, but those that don't, we think we'll be able to continue to use other methods with law enforcement. This allows myself, the license administrator or designee, to require compliance. And this industry, like other industries that we have of legitimate businesses, we have lots of separations in our rules and regulations locally and statutorily as to what particular industries or businesses have that relate to them. So we are looking to protect those legitimate businesses, which overwhelmingly they are. I think we have something like 85 registered businesses that have massage in their name. And then I think we assume there may be as many as 15 or 20 that don't use the name, but all but 15 to 27 of those we think are absolutely legitimate businesses. And we want to put these safeguards in place to protect public health and to disrupt this illegal activity, candidly. This is a very, very small list. Penny and others who've been involved in years could list, I think, probably a couple pages of changes. I candidly ran out of time this afternoon putting the last touches on this. But we have listened. We have been really trying to be diligent in listening to the industry. One of their complaints is they did not want an extra license. Why do we have to get a second business license? So we have incorporated this in to where it is not an additional license. We've also cut the cost in the first year to try to make it a financially no more than a typical business license. We've removed what were some notice requirements. There were many of the legitimate massage businesses that were very offended by the notion that they would need to notice somewhere in their business online that it is not, they do not perform any kind of illegal activities. And we decided that that requirement that many cities had didn't really seem necessary to accomplish our purpose. We've taken that out. We've also been confronted with the idea that body work was a loophole in it. And so we've tried to deal with that loophole. So as we go through, we could talk about changes that have been made. Business license ordinance, as I referred to, is application. That first year, and I really want to emphasize just kind of in the details of this, was that in this year that it would be adopted through 7/1 of 22, we essentially cut that rate down to $25 so that when they get their background check, their fingerprinting, they're not paying more. And they do not have to do those things every year. They do need to get that state board, a massage therapy license. That's a current standard. And the background investigation would be an addition for us. The renewal license is a very straightforward process. They just need to update information. For most legitimate businesses, they probably won't have anything to update, and they'll renew it exactly as they do today. But there are provisions for denial, revocation, and suspension if businesses, and we really believe we've narrowed this as tightly as we can to target the illicit businesses, that those illicit businesses are the ones we'll be able to shut down because of violations. I think now is when I was going to turn it over to Gina to kind of cover some of the enforcement side of the equation. And I'm sorry, Gina, I can't see people out there, so please just jump in and let me know when you want me to move the slide.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so the ordinance draft provides for a couple of different ways of liability. Obviously, there's an individual liability aspect, that is that the individuals they'll be criminally and civilly liable for their actions under the ordinance. As stated on this slide, a violation of this could be a criminal misdemeanor, which is a penalty up to a $500 fine or 6 months in jail. A civil penalty is, we have all the remedies available. In our city code, we included the public nuisance, could be deemed to be a public nuisance, and the city could pursue both the criminal and civil liabilities. The remedies are cumulative. We could pursue an injunction, an abatement action, all of those types of civil actions. And in addition to the individual liability, there's a provision in 7-1815, which provides that an owner or operator is responsible for the employee acts. It essentially states that any act or omission of an employee, independent contractor, somebody who's volunteering, or other persons who providing massage services on the premises, any act or omission of such persons constitute a violation of the article will be deemed to be an act or omission of the owner and operator for purposes of enforcing. So the actions can be enforced against, the violations and penalties can be enforced against an owner or operator, even though if they're not actually committing the violation. Many violations would obviously be acts of theirs if they're running the business and they are violating, for example, the hours of operation limitation or one of those things. But if it's something that the massage therapist is doing, they could still be held liable for that. We've also included affirmative defenses for the employees who may be the victims of human trafficking here. If they're under duress or coerced by people who have brought them into this industry, we are not going to hold them individually liable. They're not going to be subject to the criminal penalties because they're victims. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So this slide, I think Stephanie was going to help out with a bit. This ordinance is going to help address citizens' complaints. There are a lot of, there are a lot of prohibited acts, limitations on operation. There's some actual meat here that we can hold these people accountable for when we get if there are complaints. Code enforcement can go inspect, obviously during business hours. They can verify that they don't have their windows blacked out or that their doors are not locked. The employees are all remaining clothed. I mean, things like that, things that are obvious red flags, and those are going to obviously help address these criminal violations.
Gina, one thing to add to your list, I didn't know if you wanted me to jump in, but just if they make misrepresentations or lie on their applications, the way this ordinance is drafted is that that'll make it easy to help shut them down as well. If you look at Section 7-18063, that's in there as well. So not only are these obvious signs, but also ways to shut them down. That's just a lot easier than criminal investigations.
Thank you, Stephanie. And we're just about done here. I think we just got one or two more slides. So as we said, we're really looking for, this is on the onset, it's a code, it's a business license, and therefore it's a code compliance issue with a lower cost barrier than criminal investigations. Some absolutely may tip over into the criminal investigation, but that's what we're 100% relying on today. As Stephanie pointed out early, we're putting all the eggs in the criminal basket versus some of these other much lower cost options to move, hopefully, them all out of town. So in conclusion, from our perspective and our recommendations, human trafficking is a problem in Billings. None of us wish it were the case. And I'm as guilty as anyone is not really understanding these issues until confronted with them and our realities. Criminal investigations are expensive. You're all well aware we do need, and we will be asking for additional resources in law enforcement. And there are many, many areas of crime in our community that we need to tackle. So ways to prevent as well as convict are part of overall solutions. And this ordinance, as I said, I think really provides an inexpensive avenue to regulate these operations. We've worked really hard to minimize. I cannot say there's no burden on those legitimate businesses. There is a burden on them placed by this ordinance, but we really have worked hard to keep that barrier and that cost and that commitment as low as possible, while at the same time ferreting out these illicit businesses and moving them out of our community. So last slide. Really, I suppose there are at a minimum these 4 questions for you this evening. A, does a majority of the council still believe that Billings has a problem with IMBs? That was a clear statement if you go back to the 2017 discussion. Do you believe that's still the case? Because if it's not, then we don't need to take more time on this. If you do, does the council still support creating a separate business license permit as a way to regulate and prevent IMBs and or, frankly, chase many of them out of town, ideally out of business? Third, is the current draft ordinance ready for first reading consideration? We've worked very diligently on it. It's gone through literally dozens upon dozens of reiterations, but yet maybe you have more changes you would like to it, or maybe it is ready for a first reading consideration. And last but certainly not least, if the answer there is no, and you still do want to proceed, the more specific you can be with Gina and I and Stephanie, who's volunteering, the better we can be at making those adjustments and or explaining why those adjustments will or won't accomplish the set goal. So with that, apologize for running over time there, but we're ready to turn it over to you, Mayor and Council. Would you like me to, I don't think there's anything in the presentation that's probably critical. I'll stop sharing my screen. And if any statistics or anything you want to go back to, we can pull it back up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, staff, Gina, Stephanie, for your work, and for many other people who worked hard. Councilmember Ronning, Councilmember Yakowicz, other council members, Councilmember Ryan Sullivan, whose initiative brought this forward in the first place. You've worked hard on this, and whatever direction we go, you can be assured that your work has called attention to what I believe is a very important problem. So thank you again for your efforts. Council, it's 8:07. We'll have some time for individual questions to staff, and then we'll open up for public comment. I'm sure we'll have a lot of commentators. So maybe, roughly 10 to 20 minutes of questions, and then aim for public comment starting around 8:30. So with that, questions for staff, and then after public comment, we can have a better discussion about those 4 questions or anything else the council wants to discuss. Start us off, Councilmember Joy, and then Councilmember Neese and Purington.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I guess this question is sort of is directed to Acting City Attorney Dole. I wanted to ask, number 1, should the draft ordinance have a definition for human trafficking? Human trafficking is in the title of this ordinance, which is the stated goal, but it isn't in the definitions section. And then I have another question about section 7-1809. As far as I read this, it does not prohibit a massage therapist from listing their home as a massage facility. But as you read section 7-1809-1809, a lot of those prohibitions, in particular, I would say H and I, maybe just for an example, H and I, if the person has registered their own residence as a business, how is it possible for the city to actually enforce something like an H and an I? And I'm going to refer to them as letters. So those are my 2 questions. I guess what I see is a sort of, I can't quite wrap my head around, is if the person were to register their home residence as their massage facility, would that make a difference in how, say, section 7-1809-1809 is enforced? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Joy. So 2 questions. Do you care who answers those? First, do we need a definition of human trafficking? And second, if somebody has a home listed as a business residence, how is the enforcement impacted specifically with those subsections H and I? I'm not sure exactly what those are, but Councilor Joy, do you want to put that question to anybody in particular, or should we ask the lawyers, Stephanie and Gina, to? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'll start, and then Stephanie can jump in. So, with regard to the definition of human trafficking, we certainly could provide a definition of that because the term isn't used within the body of the ordinance. I guess that would be the rationale. We didn't believe it was necessary to put the definition in there, but since it is referenced in the title, we could certainly do that. That certainly would not be inappropriate. With regard to the 17-1809 subsection H and I, that's actually something we had not considered. like we did there's a subsection C in that same section, which references the dormitory or housing or sheltering, harboring persons for living quarters, basically. And we provided the language that says the owner and family members of a massage facility operated as a home occupation, as defined by the city code, are exempt from this prohibition. We could certainly look at adding additional language to at least those two sections and any others that may apply to home occupations. That would certainly be appropriate.
Thank you very much. Stephanie, did you want to add anything to that?
Super quick. You try 30 seconds or less. The only thing I would add is, and I definitely agree with her on the latter part, perhaps you could just do a subsection for ones that are exempted because of it being in a home and make some careful language on that. But I would just say, if you do define trafficking, I would make sure that we include, other crimes that are similar, because you got to have aggravated pimping or, forced labor, those variety of trafficking crimes that are all in the section 455701 et sec. So you need all of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for any of the presenters? I'm sorry, I recognize Councilmember Neese and then Purington. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, quick question, clarification, then I've got a question. You mentioned in your presentation the removal of the notice. And if I recall, it's your requirement to notice. Did we leave it in there as optional to allow massage therapists really for that ability to put in their terms of agreement to ensure that their people are clear, that don't even ask?
So Councilmember Neese, I don't believe there's anything in here that would prevent a business from taking that step if it wanted to do so. But we did get a lot of feedback from the legitimate massage businesses when we were requiring that they provide some kind of written notice, whether it was on the wall or whether it was in their handouts or whatnot, that it had to point out these illicit activities that they do not perform. And that was highly recommended or asked by the industry that we take that out, that being the legitimate massage business. So to answer your question, I don't believe anything prevents a business from doing that if they want to protect, because we did hear some feedback that way too. If they want to protect their employees, that, hey, if you're coming in here looking for this, we don't do this stuff, versus a mandate in our code.
Okay. And then a question, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Please.
About the, I've been getting, of course, we all have been getting a lot of emails and calls about how this is going to be a lot more regulation. So I want to clarify, as I understand, this applies to businesses. It doesn't apply to massage therapists who are employed, for instance, at a hospital or something like that, where maybe they're doing their profession there, another clinic, as an employee or hired there, because they're not running the business. They are not business now. So, and I guess this may be simplification of it, but my thought is, if you have to get a business license today, or let's put it this way, if you're a massage therapist and don't have to get a business license today because you work for some other employer organization that really runs the business, so you're just working there, you will not have to get a business license tomorrow, and this ordinance won't apply to you. It may apply to your boss or the person that you're at, but not you yourself. Can Stephanie, can you confirm, or Gina confirm that that's the case?
Yeah, I would say that is accurate. It's intended for businesses to get the license. That would include somebody who's self-employed, has their own business, and often independent contractors are self-employed and running their own business. So in those cases, they would be getting those business licenses.
And they're getting their business license today anyway. So today, when they go to get their business license, there'll be some additional paperwork they have to turn in, maybe an extra step for fingerprints, and that's all they're going to have to do. If I can summarize it up pretty simply, do I have that pretty accurate?
Yep.
And just that initial time, because afterward, when you do a renewal application, it's just any changes, and it's not additional fingerprinting if it's the same person.
Okay, thank you. And I'll take leave. I have another point I'll bring up later when we start asking what we want to add or take out. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Parrington?
Thank you. So I guess that's another thing is in the definitions, contractor is not in there, but it's mentioned a lot of times in various sections. So I don't know if you're talking about independent contractors as massage therapists. I'm not sure who you're referring to when you mention that. That wasn't my question. One of the things is that I wanted to clarify, it's my understanding that the State Board of Massage Therapists, those are not volunteers. Those are appointed by the governor and they're paid for those positions. Does anyone know that for a fact?
I'm sorry, Pam. Apologize. I think I'm the one who said that. And just to clarify, it's a part-time appointment by the governor, and you're reimbursed for time.
Right.
But so that's, I think it's $25 to $50 an hour just for time, and they don't meet but quarterly. And they're, it's a voluntary service to the state.
Okay. Well, okay. So that brings to another point that I was going to make is who has served on the panel to devise the ordinance?
So you're asking who was on that working group from 2018, and then who has been giving feedback over these past 12, 18, 24 months?
Well, I would just say, I don't know that I want to go back that far because that didn't work out with Project Recode real well. I'm talking about just, I'd say within the last few months when this has come up again and it was put back on the priority list, which was a year ago, who has been involved in crafting the ordinance?
Well, if I can, I'll start with this, Chris, and then you can jump in.
Thank you.
So because it started such a long time ago, there have been a lot of people involved in the panel. I took the primary role of drafting, but Brent was involved with that. Brent and I worked on it together. In addition, we had a lot of early on meetings with several people with the city, including Wyeth Friday and Nicole Cromwell and the Andy from finance. The police department was involved. We had several meetings of all those stakeholders involved in the process. Then we also had at least 2 meetings with local massage therapists, trying to get their feedback. And we did get some feedback, but at that point, they weren't really providing specific information. So we were doing our best to get feedback from them in drafting the actual language that they didn't like. That was a little bit difficult at that point to get some specific, because I think they were still familiarizing themselves with it, and some were very opposed to it. And so it was a lot of education at that point. And in more recent time, there's the same people have been involved. It's just that there's not been a lot of additional drafting because it's more just been revising, and Stephanie's become very involved in that, helping craft some of the language and making some adjustments in addition to people that she's in contact with, because she's had some local or direct contact with local massage therapists. So there's not really been 1 or 2 or 3 people. It's been as many people as we can get involved in the process.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Gina, for that. And I think my point is that I know, and we've gotten several emails from one of the gals that is on the state board for massage therapy. And I think we've even received an email from the State Board of Massage Therapy. And then there's a local gal here that she has helped draft a lot of the massage therapy code, if you will. I'm not sure what they call it for certification. So I'm just a little confused why those 2 women who have obviously been around a while and know the ins and out of massage therapy that they have not been, I think they were here early on with it, but I think they also were not heard in some of their suggestions. So I just want to know what was the rub with that? Why was that not, why were they not included in this?
They were included, and actually they attended the stakeholder meetings that we had early on. And I think Councilmember Ronnie can clarify the dates, but I think that was in 2018. And just to clarify, I'm not sure if you're talking about the same people I'm thinking of, but there are different boards involved. And so Stephanie Bacchus has been mentioning the state, the actual board of massage therapy. And this other board, the vocal opponents that's a different board. And actually, I'm not sure what the acronym stands for. So Stephanie or Councilmember
Stands for the
help me.
Sure. It's the Business League for Massage Therapy and Bodywork. And I've definitely been talking with their leader, who's out of Missoula. And I understand that she was at some point in time on the board of massage therapy. I have been trying to get as much feedback as I can from the board of massage therapy, which is the government regulatory entity that has the part-time, not full-time board. And so we have been getting their feedback. And in terms of the local person, I'm not sure if we're able to hear further from Ms. Carlson or whoever, but from this BLMTB organization, which does a ton of work and, has provided some suggestions that we've definitely incorporated recently. But I know that she was involved in the early listening session, so I'm not sure about her involvement recently.
And so I just want to clarify that we have heard those points of opposition, and we've tried to address them as best we can. There are certain things that are being opposed that are simply the very substance of the ordinance that we simply can't get rid of. So, but that's why we're here to discuss, to see where you all want to go with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning was involved in many of those meetings. Just want to give her an opportunity to comment. Chris Kukulski also had his hand up, and then we'll look to Councilmember Boyette. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So I just want to make sure we speak truth here, and it's absolutely untrue that different people have not been heard. That's just really not true at all. So there's been 3 years of active participation and active listening to and emails that have come in from a wide variety of licensed massage therapists. And Gina, thank you for giving an overview. I hope you don't mind, but I'm just going to share, you missed a lot of people. So we had great involvement from a gentleman out of Seattle, Washington, who actually came to us through a group of licensed massage therapists here in Billings. They're the ones that got him involved in reviewing the ordinance we have here. He is a former police officer in Seattle, Washington, and then became a licensed massage therapist. And he helped draft the Kent Washington ordinance. And he was very effective and offered great input into the ordinance. We had a group of licensed massage therapists that also offered great input into the ordinance via email. The ordinance was sent to the American Massage Therapy Association. Their governance board, or their government board, reviewed it and also delivered a red line version of the draft changes they wanted to see, which were all incorporated into the draft, if I'm remembering correctly, Gina. All of their recommendations we put into the draft. We've also had the ordinance reviewed by and took input from the Montana Department of Justice, the FBI, our own chief of police. We had input from different cities that have ordinances that are being that are very effective in their communities. So we've worked with other cities. So over the 3 years, there has been a lot of involvement. And just to share, the original person that actually, and maybe Mike Yakowicz can talk about this, but Mike was one of the first ones a number of years ago to reach out to the Board of Massage Therapy. And then when I came onto council, Brent Brooks and I had a meeting with the Board of Massage Therapy. We're in a conference call with them and we spoke with them directly. We have been in direct communication with the attorney out of the governor's office. That is the attorney that oversees the Montana Board of Massage Therapy with the Department of Labor and Industry. They've had eyes on the ordinance and they've been reviewing it, and they've also offered great input and feedback. So, there's been a lot of eyes and a lot of input that has gone into the ordinance and the language of the ordinance. So I think one of the things that's really important to remember and understand is that this ordinance is directed at the illicit business, the illicit massage industry. We're not creating an ordinance here that goes after legitimate massage businesses. We're creating an ordinance here that goes after the illicit business. So it's important to always remember and understand that criminal enterprises, what they do is they exploit legitimate business. And when they exploit legitimate business and they create public safety problems, it's the job of the elected officials to actually make sure that we put laws and we put ordinances into play that protect the industry that's being exploited, and that also protects the consumers. But our job is to craft an ordinance that goes after that illicit massage industry. Now, the city doesn't use the term massage in the illicit form. It's the illicit massage industry, the criminal industry that does that. And so that's part of why we're having to use that language, is because that's the criminal enterprise and the way they're exploiting a legitimate profession.
Councilman Ronning, I'm going to we're trying to stay with the question. So if that's okay, we'll have plenty of opportunity to address kind of the merits, I'm sure, I hope, but we do want to leave time for public comment. And Chris, did you have something you wanted to offer on this issue? And then we'll move to Councilman Boyette, see if he has any other questions before we go to public comment.
Only two pieces I'll add is there were those two meetings were actually in 19 because I was here. I got here in November of 18. So they were in 19, they were pre-COVID. And we did hear feedback both ways. I do believe we really did work with the ideal from a staff perspective. Could we put something together that both sides would generally agree on? Sometimes it doesn't happen. That we're here tonight because it has reached a point where I don't think it's more staff reiterations of it. It really is time for the council to give direction as to what it does want to do or doesn't want to do relative to this priority that's been on the books now for 3 years. So I do believe it has some merit, a lot of merit and effectiveness, but it's ultimately up to you guys as to what you want to do with it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette, do you have something of kind of an informational nature or questions before we go to public comment?
Yes, I had a question for Chief St. John, and thank you for showing up tonight, Chief. Code enforcement has 2 or 3 people who work 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. They don't work nights. So the burden of this ordinance would fall upon you and your staff. If this ordinance passes, can you guarantee 100% that you can stop human trafficking? If not, can you give me your opinion, I guess?
Mayor, Council Member Boyette, thank you for the question. The way I understand this ordinance, the burden, as you indicate, falls on code enforcement. And I would have to defer to Wyeth on how he wants to handle that, but we certainly will support them. But I will say in generally and simply stated that our objective in this particular area are threefold. First and foremost is to rescue victims and get them the support and the help that they need. And we need to identify and arrest as many suspects as we can, both on the supply and demand side. And then ultimately, we want to dismantle these criminal enterprises and put them out of business. And that takes a complex criminal investigation from law enforcement. I'm supportive of any tool that helps us achieve those objectives, even if it comes in the form of a business license.
Again, this goes to our public safety discussion. I have other duties as assigned detectives working these cases right now, but with additional resources, could certainly put full-time detectives to work this and certainly make a significant impact with that. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you. Other Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Tricky.
So in your whereases, you basically are saying that one of the problems here is that the illicit sex trade is marketing themselves as doing massage. By doing the ordinance this way, where we're trying to draw a line between good versus bad massage therapists, what happens when the illicit sex trade just rebrands themselves as not doing massage?
That is one of the areas why we got into this question about, was it body work? And I apologize if I'm not using the right term. That was part of what came out of some of these more recent sets of emails in the last few months about that loophole. I'd ask Stephanie, frankly, who's seen a lot more of what's gone on nationally, maybe what we see and how we deal with that. The attempt is here to broaden it, but I don't know where the future of it lies relative to how they may change.
Well, I mean, you're always going to run into criminals rebranding that, just because you shut down, drug trafficking on one corner of your community doesn't mean it won't pop up on another corner. I think this is possible. However, when you think about it, like, we've been told that there might be some, concerns by licensed massage therapists that they'll just go into nail salons, or that even there is some concern that that's already happening in nail salons. Well, I've checked with all of my law enforcement sources, and no one that I trust is aware of any of this kind of trafficking or illegal activity happening through nail salons. And it frankly doesn't even make that much sense, because the nail salon clients are mostly female, whereas these IMB clients are mostly male. Certainly there would be other ways of operating, but I think those would generally be underground, because a lot of these other industries are actually a lot more regulated than the massage therapy industry. And I'm not arguing for regulation's sake. I have no interest in that. I only care about this ordinance as a Christian and as a mom of 2 kids, and a volunteer here in this task force. I know that Councilwoman Purinton, I know she's been to our task force meetings. I know that you care too about this issue, and I just want to get at something that will be effective. And I'm glad to hear from Chief St. John as well. So I don't know if that answers your question completely, but thank you for the question, Councilmember Cherokee.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nish, you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. In answer to Chris's questions, I guess what I'd like to see added to this, I think we should move forward with this, and we can talk about that after public comment. But I'd like to bring up the issue about landlords, because that's been brought up. And Gina, I don't know, I sent you an email, and if maybe you can address the complexity of that, but I'm trying to keep it simple to not force landlords, but I would like to have the landlords have the ability to say, I'm sorry, I can't lease to you because you don't have a city business license. So that when a landlord runs into a situation that they know and they don't want to do this, they don't want to lease to these people who they know that could be potentially exploiting women, that they have the ability, we give them a tool, that this ordinance can be a tool for them to say no. Or if they find out they are doing that, they can say, hey, you're violating the city ordinance, and they can start the eviction process. So how can this ordinance help landlords, help us as a city get rid of some of these bad actors?
Well, I think that's something that, first of all, I think we're going to have to work through the details offline, but there are some ideas, and one particular idea that I've been made aware of is that there are tools that, first of all, this ordinance regulates the massage therapy business, not landlords. So if we wanted to regulate landlords, that would be a separate, we would have to do that in a separate ordinance. But in this ordinance, I think we could regulate, we would still be regulating the massage therapy business. We could require that the applicant to provide a notarized statement from the landlord that they have received a copy of the applicant's board of their state license. Or what you're suggesting is that they be provided the city business license. Well, if we make it part of the application process, that they're not going to have that yet. So I think there are ways to do it. One example that I was trying to get to, but I interrupted myself, was that a community required a notarized statement signed by the applicant as well as the property owner and property manager, if there is a property manager, that acknowledging that all of those parties would be responsible for the conduct of all the employees, massage technicians, and independent contractors working on the premises. And failure to comply with the law would subject them to the penalties in the article. It would result in revocation of all the city issued licenses. It would really be more specific to the massage business, but that would put the burden on the massage business to provide that notarized statement signed by the landlord that they are aware of what's going on, type of thing. So I think that we could work through that, but we'd have to maybe.
Okay, so I do want to clarify, because I don't want to regulate landlords,
right? But
I want to give landlords a tool that they could point to this ordinance and say, you don't have a business license, that, you know, and that. So that's something I'd like to see added in that, but I'll let it go and we can talk about it maybe some later.
I think that's something we could work on.
Thank you very much. Gina, it was observed that we're having a little problems hearing you. So if you do make more comments, just get us close to your microphone and talk more loudly. That'll help us old men who can't hear people. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. My video seems to be cutting out, so I just wanted to let you know that I've turned it off. I can still hear.
Okay, thank you. And Councilor Shaw, if your video is not working and I can't see you, feel free to just shout out anytime you need to ask a question. Okay, Councilor Brown.
Mayor, are we in the discussion of things that we would like to have?
We're getting very close to it, and so therefore I would suggest we go to public comment. All right, let's do it. It's going to be hard to differentiate those two, and we want to make sure that the public has plenty of time to give their comments. So that phone number is 237-6196. We'll open it up for public comment now. That number again, 237-6196. It's a Montana 406 number. We'll ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Please give us your name and address up front. And please remember to mute or turn off your screen, either your television or computer, because the meeting that you're observing is actually ahead of what you are seeing being broadcast by about a minute. And you'll be very confused if you're trying to listen to both the phone and to your screen. With that, Denise, do we have anyone who is called 237-6196?
Yes, Mayor, I have someone who has been patiently waiting. So I will put her on now. Teresa?
Yes.
Hi. We are ready to hear your public comment. Could you please give us your name and address?
My name is Teresa Vermeulen, 2725 Cornell Circle, Billings.
Okay, thank you. You have up to 3 minutes tonight to give us your comment. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much, and council members. As I was listening to everything that was going on, and I know this is a problem in Billings, Montana, sex trafficking, and I do not doubt that one bit. My concern is that you're wanting to fee us, and I wanted to know how many massage therapists, legit massage therapists there are,
And if it's going to be $50 or $25 a person, $100, $50 the next time, how much is that revenue going to do to get more police to help shut these places down? That's one thing I would like to know and understand how much it's going to help. If you want to stop sex trafficking going on in Billings, it's a safety public, maybe you should tax the whole city. Not Missoula. We don't want to know what's going on in Missoula. That's their problem. But here in Billings, tax the whole people. Get enough money to get more than 2 police. Don't depend on us, legit massage therapists, to do that. I work at a chiropractor's office. I just rent from him. He has an open sign in his window. They're going to come and attack me and want to know, am I legit or not? And they can come anytime. I don't care, because I've been in the business since 1997. I've worked hard to make my name, along with many other massage therapists. Not once did I hear about any coming and speaking with Stephanie or with Gina in any of these meetings. I would have loved to been on and involved with this. So I don't think it was put out there enough to any of us. I'm legit. I pay my license. I pay my state license. And many other massage therapists do the same thing. We want you not to put this burden on us, legit ones, because it's not going to stop the illegitimate ones doing what they're doing. They'll find other ways to get businesses. They'll put their ads as dating. They'll put their ads as escorts. They'll put their things. So I feel like you're attacking us. That's just how it feels to us, that we're being attached to this. We don't want to be involved in this. And they do give us a bad name. They give our whole city a bad name. Please find some other way to do this. Tax the whole city. Tax all of us, not just the massage therapists. We can't hire that many police with just as many massage therapists that there are in town. So I'm asking you, please think of a different way to do this.
Okay, Teresa.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris and other staff, if I can just ask you to kind of keep a list when we're done with public comment, maybe you could come back. So specifically the dollar amount raised, I think it'll be relatively modest, but
Hello, thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Brittany Homer, 1150 Bluegrass Drive West.
1150 Bluegrass West?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Brittany.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Brittany Homer. And I want to say, first of all, that I have very high respect for licensed massage therapists, for the business. And I believe that this ordinance actually protects the licensed massage therapist. So I'm calling in to express my support for the massage business ordinance. As they currently stand, our laws are insufficient in allowing law enforcement to shut down identified illicit massage businesses. And it is our duty and responsibility to provide the necessary tools to our law enforcement in order to tackle human trafficking and sexual exploitation effectively. Many massage therapists have been concerned about being burdened and regulated by this ordinance, but the burden imposed on massage therapists, all it is involves an expanded application asking for more information, all of which is confidential and only required once, and a one-time state fingerprint background check. Only businesses offering services other than massage therapy will need to buy an additional business license, and that cost is an extra $55 per year. The vast majority of LMTs will not have any additional costs upon the passing of this ordinance. These are not unreasonable burdens. And hearing that these fees will cause LMTs to close their doors is simply untrue. And additionally, the ordinance sets in law a number of requirements that legitimate massage businesses comply with already. we can understand that it could be somewhat embarrassing to LMTs to have requirements such as needing to remain fully clothed and not operating in the middle of the night to be delineated in law. However, what is and what is not written in law will make no difference to the clients of LMTs, but it will provide an avenue for law enforcement to close IMBs who do not follow those requirements. If there is a circumstance that might create an inconvenience for LMTs, for instance, not shuttering entrance windows where patrons are greeted, that is the extent of the burden being placed on them in order to stop sexual exploitation happening in this city. Again, these are not unreasonable regulations. We are talking about helpless victims here who are being exposed to horrors none of us could ever imagine. So this ordinance in no way places an undue burden or unreasonable restrictions on LMTs or the legitimate massage profession. And on the other hand, it will be extremely effective in closing IMBs. Furthermore, due to carefully crafted ordinance language, IMBs will not be able to change their business name to, for instance, something like Asian Bodywork Therapy or something in order to dodge law enforcement. So I encourage our city council to pass this ordinance. I believe it has immense potential to benefit our community, to empower law enforcement, and to protect victims of sexual exploitation, while also removing a blight on the massage industry, who deserve our respect and deserve to be protected by the ordinance. So thank you, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Brittany. Perfect timing.
Reasonable restrictions.
Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. Could you please mute your television? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, could you mute your television? Okay, very good. May I have your name and address, please?
Okay, my name is Linda Dale Nielsen, 5717 Mountain Front.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
5717 Mountain Front.
Thank you. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Cole and council members. I too want to thank you for your service and dedication to our city and all that you do. I too support the licensed massage therapists, but realize that the illicit massage industry is a thriving illegal enterprise profiting on the backs of victims who have no voice and no recourse. Passing this ordinance is one way our community can effectively stop exploitation in our midst. The volunteer team I work with has spent countless hours researching this ordinance, consulting with licensed massage therapists, calling city departments, speaking to law enforcement personnel who focus on human trafficking, and looking up our current laws. After all of this, I can say with full confidence that the massage business ordinance is carefully constructed to succeed in closing illicit massage businesses while minimally affecting legitimate massage businesses. We have personally heard from many LMTs about what their concerns are. We have met in person, communicated over phone, email, and text, all in effort to receive their input and answer their questions about this ordinance. We will avoid disclosing any that could possibly identify any LMTs we have worked with, and we get the impression that if any LMT publicly supported the ordinance, they would be violently and attacked by some very aggressive and forceful opponents. Disturbingly, we have already seen several instances when comments submitted to City Council and placed on public record resulted in the commenter being publicly called out and discredited. In all our communication, it is undeniably clear that there exists an overabundance of misconceptions regarding this ordinance among LMTs and a great deal of unfounded anger and resentment regarding it. Almost all of this can be alleviated through education about what the ordinance really does. In fact, after spending time with LMTs going over their concerns, the overall feeling in regards, this ordinance drastically changes.
we can readily tell that they are relieved to find answers and are beginning to recognize that it is not the malicious attack on their profession of which they had been led to believe. Every person in Billings can agree that we have a problem with how the legitimate massage industry has been infiltrated in by the illegal commercial sex industry. While LMDs do not want to be connected to this illegitimate illicit industry, that connection has already occurred. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Carrie Fleming.
Okay, and your address, Carrie?
Let's just say Billings, Montana. There's a lot of impassioned people, and I don't particularly feel safe broadcasting that live.
Very well. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, councilmen and councilwomen. My name is Carrie Fleming. I've been a resident of Billings for over 40 years. I am also a veteran of the Montana Army National Guard in my military service, and over the 20 years that I have worked in civilian jobs, I've been fingerprinted and background checked on numerous occasions. To compare that as an inconvenience to women being raped on a daily basis is ridiculous. It is not asking much. I remember in middle school listening to people snicker and joke about places like Tokyo Sauna. I did as well. The impression was always there that these women were there by their choice. Now that we know that that's not the case, we cannot turn a blind eye to the situation. Now that we know, I think it is shameful that these places have remained open for so long. It took years to get a raid on Tokyo Sauna completed, and even then, they continued to thrive as a business. That's because it's incredibly taxing on resources. We barely get a safety levy passed. After time and time again, we attempt to. We don't have the kind of resources to have law enforcement alone tackling this problem. It is a community problem. Frankly, it's sad that we're comparing the regular rape of women to the inconveniences listed in this ordinance. I would suggest that the council members in our community think for a moment. If this was your child that was taking a job overseas somewhere they thought was legitimate and were forced into trafficking situation, would you hope that the citizens of that region would be willing to have their businesses fill out a little bit more information on a one-time basis and maybe another $40? I do not think it is asking much. The trucking industry has made their own adjustments in educating their truckers against trafficking situations that they witness. And just because of the changes made in their industry, nobody's assuming that all truckers are Johns or criminals. There's nobody in their right mind that's going to believe that a legitimate massage therapist is somehow connected to illicit massage therapy. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Deanna Young. I'm at 2116 Broadwater Avenue.
Okay, Deanna, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for allowing me this time. I am a therapeutic massage therapist. I've been a therapist for 6 years. I have some questions in this statement. I would like answers to them, although I do not expect them tonight with the time constraints. Okay, first I would like to address a comment made that criminals have named it IMB, the illicit massage business. But continuing to use that in these kind of meetings and basically all conversations continues the degrading of our professional name. Out of respect for massage therapists, I recommend using ISB for illicit sex businesses, because that's what they are. They are not massage therapists. They're not performing massages. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. So with that, with how this ordinance is written and proposed, how will it stop human trafficking? Okay. There's a group of therapists and a couple other ladies from the sex trafficking task force that we sat down and discussed the ordinance. And I feel that both sides benefited with a bit more clarity on what the other side was wanting to accomplish. I know for a fact that there is not a single LMT that wants human trafficking to continue. We support everyone working to put an end to it, both locally and globally. What we do not support is using us to get to them. Many people have mentioned that this is a community thing, so it should be more community rather than just us. There's too many unanswered questions, not enough protection to us to support this ordinance. Will we be calling drug dealers street pharmacists and putting new regulations and ordinances on them to catch the drug dealers? And that's basically what's happening with us. They're using our name and we're paying the price. It's not all just about the money and burdens. It's about as a whole of what it's doing to us. In a nationwide group, the question was brought up on who lives in an area where these types of ordinances were passed and how did it affect them. One stated that having a sole proprietorship was very difficult, just through amendments and stuff like that in the ordinances from when they first started to where they ended up. It was asked if it helped stop the illicit businesses. Every answer has been no. In areas where this is already happening, the results are that it hurts massage therapists, but does not stop the illicit businesses. There was a post online, and it says, I won't name the person who wrote it, but it said that it will not hurt massage therapists in any way or form. It is meant to hurt any business that sells humans under the guise of a massage parlor. Why would you want to help that? It won't put anyone out of business except illicit massage parlors. That is the point. It is clear as day. Seriously, no one associates massage therapy with an illicit business, or illicit massage, sorry. What planet do we live on anyway? Red spa letters, dark windows, open 24 hours. Everyone knows what it means. How dumb do you think our citizens are? Clients are not going to stop coming to you because of the massage ordinance. At the cost of the license is barely anything at all. They won't be embarrassed to go to you unless they find you embarrassing. Again, I am not sure how anyone could possibly oppose it. That is, unless they either refuse to read it, learn more, or they are for human trafficking. P.S. From a victim standpoint, the terms prostitution and adult entertainment are ignorant and extremely offensive. So you are for human trafficking then. Got it. So my response to that comment is, what guarantee do massage therapists have that this ordinance will never harm us? The guise of massage parlor, no massage therapist would use that term parlor. It is offensive and an uneducated term.
Hey, Deanna, can you wrap up your comments? That bell meant your 3 minutes was up.
The correct term might be sex parlors, as massage is not happening.
Deanna.
If no one associates, yes.
You have used your 3 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
Well, there was a lot more, so apparently this is more than a 3-minute conversation.
Yes, I think so. Okay, thank you for calling in. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Hi, it's Melanie Tripp, 7535 Entryway Drive. I'm a Billings business owner. I'm also required to submit a license and a background check for my business and for every employee that works here. I'm president of Billings Zonta Club. I'm co-chair of the Committee for Human Trafficking Task Force and chair on the Red Town Project in Billings. I'm calling today to put in my vote of strong support for the massage business license ordinance. I understand and fully support the ordinance. I'm not alone. The combined knowledge and experience of its advisors and the preparers, including victim service organizations, law enforcement, task force, attorneys, advice of others, and massage therapists and other resources is really equal to an effective ordinance and a tool for law enforcement to help rid our city of criminals and their crimes committed pretending under the guise of legitimate businesses. I ask that we don't allow generations to continue to be victimized. This is needed and necessary. I have met and spoken with many victims, worked alongside victim service organizations, mentored women who've been trafficked. The safety of our residents, the reputation of Billings, human dignity and lives are at stake. Our city's allowed human trafficking to flourish here under massage for too long. We want to kick the criminals out of our city, along with the gangs and drugs and other violent crimes that have come with it. I don't understand. I understand there is a loud opposition. I don't understand why they fail to listen to changes or presentations before they, like tonight, call in to comment. They refuse to read the most current draft. Really, all we're asking is to tell criminals selling humans in Billings we don't want them. I have a message from Zonta's governor of Montana, North Dakota, and Colorado. They support Zonta Billings and acting according to the values of Zonta International and in support of the Billings City Ordinance. Zonta International is against human trafficking. As a business owner, I recognize a small fee and background check is minimal compared to really what we must do and what most business owners must do for licensing in any profession. As a key member of the task force, I have a complex understanding of human trafficking. And I understand the sale of human beings is never okay. This ordinance is needed. It's a needed tool for law enforcement that we don't have right now to make the city a safer place for victims and Billings residents. I call on the city to end violence against women and girls. And as a reasonable person, I really do respect legitimate licensed massage therapists, but I know that the claims that the ordinance associates them with sex traffickers are unfounded and misinformed, that it attacks them. No one believes that.
Okay.
And I just call on them to read the draft and learn.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, and thank you for your call. You reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Linda, Lynda, Larvey, Larv as in Victor, IE. My address is 208 Lewis Avenue, Billings, Montana.
Okay, Linda, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time. That I know it's kind of late and everybody's getting kind of tired right now. I just wanted to go over some terms, some medical terminology terms that licensed massage therapists use, doctors use, physical therapists use, and chiropractors use. And CPT is the current procedural terminology, more commonly known as CPTs. So 97250 is myofascial release or soft tissue manipulation. 97124 is massage therapy. Massage therapy procedures, including effleurage, petrissage, and/or deportment, compression, and percussion. Another CPT code is 97140, which is manual therapy techniques. Another one is a CPT code 97112, which is neuromuscular re-education of involvement, balance, coordination, posture, and proprioceptors. And these are all terms that massage therapists use, physical therapists use, and chiropractors use. And this is what we use in our business when we're doing our soap notes and when we are billing insurance companies. Another thing is that most of us do have what they call the NPI, and that is the National Provider Identification, which all healthcare professionals are allowed to have. So that helps us bill our insurance companies. I've been listening on all the comments that have come out. One on Miss Ronnie. I have called her, I have emailed her to get some input from her, and she never returned my input. Two, I'd like to say that the massage board is fairly new. We've only been actually licensed in the state of Montana basically since 2012. So we are new. And to undermine the massage or the board of massage people is not fair. Three, if there are any licensed massage therapists in Billings, Montana that are selling themselves or if they're prostituting, then if they need to be reported to the State Board of Massage. We are considered healthcare providers. We can bill insurance companies. This ordinance makes us out to be the criminal. I know that drugs and are very much involved with any prostitution or human trafficking. You would have to be on drugs to do some of these things that they have these people do. So I know that the police department has their own drug force, and it would behoove the city of Billings and the city council members to get involved with the Billings Police Department on this. I can't stress enough that you are making us out to be the criminal. You can come into my place anytime. The state of Montana comes into my place once a year. Okay. The city of Billings comes into my place once a year. And the city of Billings, the firemen, they know which places are the illicit sex parlors. And the city has known what the illicit sex parlors are, for years. Okay. And now you're just trying to do something about it. Well, I thank you very much, because it is a blight on our Billings. Another thing, why does Billings have the most illicit sex parlors compared to the other city in Billings? Is because the city in Billings has not done anything about this for years. You cannot make a scapegoat us. It is unfair to us professionals that went to school, passed state boards, work with doctors, we work with insurance companies, we work with physical therapists, and we work with lawyers. Okay. Now, I have been fingerprinted before, and I have had a background check, but I was offered a job and took a job at the VA hospital because I'm also a nurse. And we do have a code.
I'm sorry, Denise, did the bell go off for the 3 minutes?
It did. I'm trying to interrupt her.
I'm sorry. I get very passionate about all the work that we have done to be legitimized.
Okay.
Okay,
Linda,
thank you so much.
Thank you for your call. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Olivo, and my address is 3631 Collin Drive, Billings, Montana.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I work in women's health in our community. So this topic is something that's very close to my heart. Unfortunately, it seems like there's been a lot of misinformation circulating, particularly in the LMT community, about this ordinance. So I just want to take a moment just to address some of the false narratives that we were hearing. So first is the concern that I think this ordinance would apply, or some people feel this ordinance would apply unfair and discriminatory regulations on licensed massage businesses. And second is the concern that this ordinance would label or associate all massage therapists as adult entertainment, or that it was created to target legitimate massage businesses. This is not regulation for the sake of regulation. As Stephanie Bacchus had said, this ordinance targets the criminal illicit massage businesses that are trafficking women in our community. This ordinance is in no way labeling the whole massage therapy industry as adult entertainment or criminal businesses. On the contrary, one of the purposes of this ordinance is to distinguish between the two and specifically say that licensed massage businesses are not to be confused with and do not overlap with these illicit massage businesses. In essence, the goal is to weed out the criminals from the industry and prevent abuse. I like actually maybe considering changing the terminology in future to call these illicit massage businesses illicit sex parlors or illicit sex businesses. But unfortunately, right now, the criminals are using the word massage. And so that's kind of what we're stuck with at this point. But really, the purpose of regulation, we see regulations in other areas of healthcare. For example, I have a DEA license. I pay $700 every 3 years to renew my license. The purpose of a DEA license is to make sure that those of us who do prescribe legally, and those who shouldn't prescribe cannot do so. This also weeds out providers who engage in illegal prescribing. Likewise, the ordinance weeds out any traffickers who are known to be hiding behind the profession of massage therapy. Sorry, my little one's crying. I've never heard of a provider protesting having to apply for a DEA license because they feel like they're being unjustly treated like a drug dealer or an addict. And yet that's kind of the complaint that we're hearing from some of the opponents. This ordinance isn't labeling licensed massage therapists as criminals. Rather, it's helping to weed out criminals that are lurking within their industry. Furthermore, regulations in healthcare are specific to the roles of the provider. There's regulations for pharmacists, and these are different from regulations for physicians or phlebotomists or RNs. So it's not really realistic to expect the same regulations for every profession. As a healthcare provider, I am thankful for the regulations that kind of ensure the integrity of my profession. Are these regulations sometimes inconvenient? Yes, but the benefits they provide outweigh the burden that they impose.
Okay.
The same applies
I'm sorry, but your time is up. I'm sorry, but your time is
the nominal burden that it imposes on the legitimate massage community.
Ma'am?
The benefit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Your 3 minutes is up, hon. Oh, you probably couldn't hear that over your baby.
I know. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for the call.
Perfect timing.
Thank you.
A reminder for all of our callers, when that bell goes off, that means that's your 3 minutes. So please stop before that or wrap up very quickly. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your call.
Hi.
Hi. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You've got 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address? Oh my goodness.
I know. It's a rough day. I'm Joe Olivo in Ward 4.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I missed your first name.
Joe.
Joe. Okay, Joe, go ahead.
I just want to call in. We've been hearing about from so many different people tonight, but the one group that we haven't heard from, and I'm calling on their behalf, is the victims of these sex crimes and illegal trafficking. There are a countless number of women who have been shuffled through these fake massage business who can't call in. And I understand that massage businesses don't want to be labeled with this practice. The unfortunate thing is they kind of already are. I mean, especially in Billings with Tokyo Sauna and all these other places. Like, that's, you hear massage, that's what you think of. And unfortunately, the only way to get rid of that is to stop the sex trafficking, which I believe this ordinance does a good job of taking a step in that direction. There's not a lot of negatives for the business. You have to pay an extra $55 a year and do a background check. I mean, I don't know that there's too many jobs out there nowadays that you can get where you don't have to take a background check. So, you know, these women have no voice. They have no means to protect themselves. They don't have a phone to call to the police. They don't have a lot of them don't have the emotional confidence or ability to stick up for themselves or run away. They don't have the freedom to call into city council and protest about what's happening. So I've asked that the city council take these silent voices into consideration. And the businesses kind of accept that, this isn't a huge burden on them. And if this ordinance helps even one person escape human trafficking, then it was well worth it. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
It's Jennifer Roth, 611 Burlington Avenue.
Okay, go ahead, Jennifer.
See, first and foremost, a question that Pam Farrington had brought up is sitting at the table, there's no task. There's task force, there's the city council, there's the mayor. There's not one massage therapy law regulator sitting on that board or brought to the table that can advocate for the LMTs. Just curious about that. I am a licensed massage therapist. I've been practicing in Billings for 13 years. I'm against sex trafficking and prostitution, as it has been a stigma on the massage therapy profession for years. I am in support for ending human trafficking, prostitution. I am, however, not in support of this ordinance. This proposed ordinance will put the massage industry into the hands of local government and the city officials. It will put my livelihood and my profession in jeopardy, and on notice that I'm not a massage therapist, but considered a sex trafficker and prostitute right along with the problem of human trafficking. Please understand that the licensed massage therapists you're seeing in these brothels and spas are working illegally because licensed massage therapists by Montana law cannot offer any sexual services. These establishments are using massage therapy to hide their illegal activities. There's no reason massage therapists and bodywork professionals need to be regulated in this ordinance. There are other options to combat human trafficking and stop these type of establishments. It is a law enforcement, code enforcement, and human trafficking enforcement issue, not a massage therapy issue. Please be clear. Licensed massage therapists, the American Massage Therapy Association, and the Associated Body Workers and Massage Professionals do not support ordinances contrary to what has been stated previously. The councilwoman had stated previously that she did not feel safe in our community with the human and sex trafficking that's happening. Massage therapists are being told we're uneducated, and this ordinance and its regulations barely affect our profession, that it's a community problem. So if it's a community problem, then the entire community as a whole needs to be included and subjected to this ordinance and its regulations, not just the massage therapy business. Sex trafficking and prostitution can happen in any business or profession. In closing, massage therapists were presented with this ordinance from the very beginning, and we were told to, quote, take one for the team, end quote. Please tell me, Mr. Mayor and City Council and the community of Billings, would you also be willing to take one for the team if it directly involved your profession and your livelihood? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much. Hey, Denise, can you do you have any way to tell how many callers we have in case we need to adjust the time or take other steps?
No.
Do you have any way to judge that?
No, there is no way for me to be able to judge that. I just know that 25 people can be held in the queue at a time.
Okay. All right. Just a reminder to the public, we're starting to get hearing a lot of the same things. If you have new things to offer, please do that. And if you can keep your comments to less than 3 minutes, that would be great. Thank you very much.
The call seemed to have ended.
I hope I didn't discourage everybody by saying that. Okay. Well, if there's no other calls, we'll close the public comment period. Denise, can you just...
You waited too long. Hold on. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. Could you please turn your television or computer down? Mute it. Thank you. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Tiffany Wardell. I'm at 1309 Daybreak Drive, Billings, Montana. And I wanted to just share a thank you to council members present and past who have taken steps to promote the elimination of illicit massage parlors. I'm grateful for this time and the chance I have to speak with you all. Thank you. I know it's a long day. I would ask City Council to continue the steps needed to rescue these victims who are in these trapped positions. And I do believe this ordinance, when read thoroughly, will do that. I think it will help to improve the feel of our city and make our town a better place to live in, and of course, rescuing those women. If future industries also got infiltrated by people masquerading as professionals but were doing something illegal, I don't think it would be unreasonable for the City Council to consider doing that. I know that some massage therapists have said, you know, if chiropractors, if they got infiltrated by people who were doing something illegal, maybe that's something that could be added to the ordinance. I'm not sure. Or just maybe that would give peace of mind to licensed massage therapists who are living and practicing lawfully, that maybe if that would help them to feel like this was a little bit more fair. But if the fact stands that they are already grouped in a bad spot, and I would really hope that they would be at the forefront of wanting to separate themselves. And having the city come in and check on them is only based off of complaints. And and already code enforcement will come and check out a business if there is a complaint, if there's something wrong with code. So they're not being treated differently. They're actually getting treated more the same. They just have a different outward appearance that they need to be showing, which will distinguish them. I think it's going to make things really great for law enforcement and for police to be able to, yes, they know where they are, but now they're going to be able to have something to do. And so I really hope that City Council will vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Kate Friedman, 3835 Avenue E.
Okay, go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. I'm not a member of the task force, but I do volunteer with other nonprofits that address exploitation. So when I heard about this ordinance from my massage therapist, I needed to learn more. I value massage therapy, and though I work with human trafficking, I would not support something that would harm someone I so highly value. I went into my investigation starting from the perspective of an LMT and the understanding of a fellow small business owner. I have spent hours contacting law enforcement, city officials, meeting with opponents, trying to get to the bottom of this. I even read a critique of this ordinance from LMTs that was 28 pages long. That is every criticism you could possibly conceive. And here's my summary. There are no burdens. They're just not there. The potential benefits infinitely outweigh any reason I have heard not to pass this ordinance. There's no way to address 28 pages in 3 minutes, but I'll try to consolidate. The complaints about the financial burdens have been all but eliminated. The cost incurred by most LMTs will be $0. There are instances where a business may need 2 licenses, but an additional $55 a year is not going to put anyone out of business. This is grasping at straws. I have heard 2 contradictory arguments. On one hand, every LMT I have met with wants IMBs shut down, yet I've heard an expressed concern for their personal safety as a reason not to impose this ordinance. As IMBs shut down, they say sexual solicitation would increase. Although I find this fear unfounded, the fact remains. If you want IMBs shut down, albeit in another way, this would still occur. A massage therapist has recourse. They can call the police. A request for a happy ending is intimidating and illegal, but it is nothing when compared to the horrors of a trafficked victim's daily life. Their average life expectancy is 7 years. Before voting, please juxtapose these burdens. Strip away the arguments that have no merit and are logically inconsistent, and you're left with the crux of the issue. This is offense. All that is left is we want to be treated like other healthcare professionals. We do not want to be regulated because of criminals. I am sorry, but healthcare is nothing if not regulated. When problems arise with doctors prescribing themselves as narcotics, legislature had to be passed to address the issue. This is not calling all doctors drug dealers. Unfortunately, laws are often addressing the few bad eggs. Having to spend an extra 20 minutes on an application, having to abide by codes they already follow, and being offended by language in law documents nobody reads, these are not burdens. There is a problem in the massage industry. Criminals have parasitically attached themselves to a legitimate industry, and offensive or not, the connection is there. It is time to acknowledge it, legislatively sever it, and provide an effective tool to shut down IMBs in our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, this is Erin Walker, 6287 Canyonwoods Drive, Billings, Montana.
Okay, go ahead, Erin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I support the massage business ordinance. I've spent hours researching this ordinance, researching the success of similar ordinances passed in other cities across the country, and consulting with licensed massage therapists as well as other government agencies and law enforcement. Though most of the specific and defined concerns that licensed massage therapists have been easily answered with simple education about the ordinance, the overall disapproving feeling from our local massage community has not entirely been dispelled. The fact that the massage community is not fully supporting and even pushing for this ordinance is actually tragic because it could be that way. As I have researched the success similar ordinances have had in countless other cities across the country, I was amazed to read how in many places it was the massage community that pushed for it. That could have been the case here. But instead, we've seen some very vocal and aggressive individuals from a neighboring city that, in my opinion, have poisoned our massage community against the ordinance with fear-based questions and exaggerated half-truths. After years of this propaganda, there's an entrenched negative narrative that isn't going to be fully fixed. To table this important ordinance because of that circumstance would be a travesty. I would go so far as to say that with the passing of this ordinance, the local massage community will hardly know the difference. Yes, they will feel a little inconvenience here or there, but by and large, it won't even affect them. Code enforcement is not interested in investigating or checking up on legitimate massage businesses. The ordinance is for use in shutting down illicit businesses. Even if one imagined a vigilante code enforcement officer who ran around trying to crush LMT businesses, this ordinance would have no teeth. This imagined scenario would not succeed because legitimate massage businesses follow common sense practices, which the illicit enterprises do not. Currently, the long and expensive prosecution cases that we use in Billings to shut down illicit massage businesses rely on victim traumatization. The passing of these ordinances is gaining momentum across the United States because by utilizing code enforcement, prosecutors are shifting the focus away from potential victims and toward the traffickers and owners who control and profit from the operations. Ultimately, these ordinances make the cities who pass them inhospitable to traffickers and pimps who have until recently enjoyed the benefits of having a perfect cover under which to engage in their crimes. More and more, these perpetrators are getting the disappointing news that the massage industry is no longer offering them a comfortable seat at the table. I urge you to provide the tools to law enforcement that they need in order to stop the sexual exploitation that is happening in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please? Hello? Are you there?
My name is Eric Hart, 2009 Patricia Lane. We've had many people call in tonight talking about how it affects people in general, but I'd like to talk about one in code specific. I believe it's section 7-1810. And if I read this correctly, it says if I leave my outside door unlocked, there are 2 or more people giving a massage at that time, I will be in violation of this ordinance. Therefore, I can have a fine of 6 months or $500. If I do 4 massages a day, 5 days a week, I could be in violation several times a day. So you tell me how this protects me and my family, that I can now no longer provide for them, for an income for them, for food for them, when I'm in jail for 6 months for each violation. Again, that was section 7-810. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address? Hello?
Hi.
Hi, may I have your name and address?
My name is Zach Jokla, 530 Avenue D, Billings.
Okay, go ahead, Zach.
All right. Well, I want to start by thanking you, Mr. Mayor, and council members for hearing us all out. I know there's a lot of us with a lot of different opinions tonight, and I appreciate that. As we're all aware, human trafficking is a huge problem in Billings, and we really need to do something about this. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation and have been having this conversation over the last few years. I do have a few problems with this ordinance that it brings up. Let's see. Let's start with. Sorry, I had a prepared thing and then listened to the presentation and it switched it all up. Let's start with budget. I heard several times when the city council was talking about enforcement and all of that kind of stuff that budget is one of the biggest issues. If this is truly deeply about budget, we could theoretically make an adult entertainment section in Billings and license and tax the crap out of that to fulfill the budget to get illicit businesses that are unapproved out of the city. If this isn't about budget, I would like to see this ordinance expanded beyond massage therapy, because yes, right now the problem is in massage therapy, but this ordinance has so many loopholes that these sex industry workers or sex businesses could just jump to a different business that isn't applied to. There's just too many loopholes. So I would like to propose to the city council to expand this and really nip the problem in the butt and make it maybe apply to all commercial licenses in Billings. I'd like to read section 7-1809E. I'm just going to read it 2 different ways. I'm going to read it as it's written in the current draft. Allow an employee to provide massage therapy or other massage services without being fully clothed for purposes of seduction. Clothing shall be fully opaque, non-transparent materials shall not expose the employee's genitalia or substantially expose the employee's undergarments. Now let's reread the beginning of that with one simple modification. Allow any employee to provide any service without being fully clothed, etc., etc. We could expand this to incorporate all businesses, closing many of the loopholes and forcing these illegitimate businesses out of our community. Let me peek back to my notes to see if there's anything else that I wanted to bring up. I would like to point out that recently the city council has more or less stopped communicating with massage therapy or massage therapists in the industry and has sent the task force to be a mediator between the two parties. I understand that this is heated and we can tell that by how many comments there are. But I don't think it's fair to punish LMTs for a problem that is larger than their industry. This is a Billings problem. I think all Billings businesses should fall under this to really take care of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Hello, and thank you for your call tonight. You have reached the public comment period with the City Council meeting. May I have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Vesta Fix, and my address is 662 Aries Avenue.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So first, I oppose this ordinance. I've been a massage therapist for 14 years, and I am absolutely against sex trafficking, but unfortunately, I think that this ordinance is the best way to do it here. argument saying that it doesn't put a burden on the massage industry, but also from everything I've heard from what you guys were talking about earlier, it also like there's no give it any gates right now. It sounds like that we only have two code enforcement people here currently, if I heard that right earlier. If we don't have enough police officers and enough code enforcement officers to be able to carry out our current laws, how is adding one more ordinance to make any difference? Someone earlier had said that it won't affect licensed massage, legitimate massage therapists any different than it does right now. And from the sounds of it, that would be absolutely right. The illegitimate businesses would still be practicing. Many of the ones that are opening now have the bright open windows. They have foot massages in the front, so it's open. If the state law that was just recently passed in 2019, someone had said earlier that that was hard to enforce and that it was fairly ineffective. So how would this be any different to use the current laws that are in place to help the police officers come in or help code enforcement come in to our businesses already? Let me see here. There was a lot of things mentioned tonight, so I'm just trying to make sure I hit some of them. I also agree that we should have someone who is familiar with Montana massage therapy law and human trafficking on the board to practice, which it sounds like, well, listen to opinion, anyone really in there helping with that. One other thing that we're trying to close that loophole to include body workers that
Gesta, are you still there? I think we've lost her. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Alex Jokula. My address is 8705 Longmeadow Drive.
87, I'm sorry, I missed that.
8705 Longmeadow Drive.
Longmeadow, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Alex Chokla. I've been an LMT here in Billings for 6 years. I think it's important before I continue with my prepared statement that I address that the Billings legitimate massage therapists really have been mischaracterized, I think specifically by Aaron and Kate's comments that we're uneducated. I think the real issue is that we actually haven't been invited to the talking table with this ordinance. So spin it any way you want, but ever since our meeting this week earlier, it's actually the education that we've received that makes us more opposed to this ordinance. So I'd like to say that I'd really like the City Council to create effective ordinances that target the criminal activities, human trafficking, or even use the current existing laws to investigate and prosecute these criminals. I see a lot of problems with the City Council passing this ordinance, particularly because of the loopholes that allow these criminals to leave the massage industry and to exploit many other professions in our city, like hotels, restaurants, cosmetology. There's so many more, but just to name a few. I also see a problem with the ability for these criminals to open their business in small communities in our county, like Laurel and Shepherd. You know, if you chase them out of town and out of state limits, then this ordinance doesn't solve the problem that Montana has. Largely, I see a problem with the way the legal team has written this ordinance. It reads to me as ignorant or scheming. If it is the latter, then why does the task force get a seat at the table to talk about these changes and licensed massage therapists don't? Why isn't there a massage therapy law and legislation expert? Why isn't there one working on the panel right now when the BLMTB has reached out many times? I'm really concerned that if the council votes yes with this ordinance, that many colleagues of mine would pursue litigation, and I really see that as a waste of city council's time and resources. Look, we need to scrap this ordinance altogether. We need to get back to the talking table about solutions that don't include my industry's professional business license. We need all commercial licenses to include the meat of this ordinance. If the code enforcement thinks that violations like these is the only way that the city can target criminals and solve this problem. Thank you, City Council and Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. Would you mute your television, please, and give me your name and address?
Teresa Vondra, Billings, Montana.
Okay, go ahead, Teresa.
So I guess I wanted to kind of just state I am a massage therapist, have been for 15 years. I want to be in support of helping end human trafficking, and but I also agree that this ordinance does have quite a few loopholes. Somebody has already kind of touched on what I wanted to touch on. So just again, in the fact that I feel that we need to kind of look at this across the whole city licensure. Because again, that they could potentially be just switching, going more undercover, under disguises of other businesses, and I think that's important for us as a community as a whole, that we could do much better if we attacked this from all angles. Aside from that, I feel like I don't understand quite why they're having such a hard time proving that these businesses clearly are illicit. If it's as simple as being able to Google the website that the attorney had pulled up earlier this evening in the presentation, showing that these illegal activities are happening. Why that doesn't give them a chance to be able to get the warrants that they need to get into these illegal businesses, that I know that's been the struggle of getting their foot in the door, and that's half the problem. So I don't understand why action is not being able to be taken in that recourse with, again, our law enforcement and undercover operations that we do have currently in place. Again, other than acknowledging the fact that we clearly have a lack of resources within our city limits with our police officers and what they can do, being short-staffed, and the situation that we're fully in. So I think by maybe changing again, city license across the board, we would have more funding to be able to help combat this. And also, we need to be looking again at our safety mill levies, and really stressing with our community on how this money, tax-wise, can go towards helping prevent these, help police officers with being able to take action with these illegal businesses.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. Denise, if you wouldn't mind holding calls for a little bit, I assume you've still got your light on. We've now, council, gone beyond an hour of public comment. I don't want to cut off our comment. If we continue stress as I have before, the public, we're starting to hear a lot of the same themes, and it would be very helpful if you've got new things to offer, or just feel free to call, weigh in, and say you oppose, you're in favor, but make your comments very quick if you can. Council, maybe some brief conversation here, and also staff. We've got two other items: Human Relations Commission annual report and the hazmat response team. Plus, we haven't had any substantive discussion on this topic itself. Chris, I don't know if you've got any suggestions. We could continue with the massage therapy. It's 10, I'm sorry, it's about 9:45 till 10. So any one-time budget or time budget has gone out the window. But listen to any suggestions, Councilmember Ewald. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we continue this discussion to the next work session. We listen to the rest of the public comment and then go on to the last two items, because it's going to take us way past probably close to 11 o'clock just doing that. And we can come back to this at the next work session to continue it. Otherwise, we're going to be here till midnight or after again.
Okay, thank you very much. I forget if that was a formal motion, but let's open it up for discussion, at least briefly. Council, do you have any clear preference here? Is there a consensus? Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. We have Special Agent Brandon Walter from the FBI here. I think that, he's gotten special permission to be here tonight. So if there's an opportunity for us to ask him questions, I think that would be really good. And perhaps there's some of the things he's heard in public comment that he could actually educate us on and address those issues. So if we could take advantage of his time being there, that's my request. So thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Special Agent, we'll try to resolve the scheduling issue, but the point is very well taken, given that he's here tonight. Councilor Purington.
Thank you. And welcome, Brandon. Thank you for being here. I think the last caller made a very good point. And I think for everyone, even those on council, why is it so hard to shut down these brothers when it's common knowledge? I know.
Yeah, what we're really trying to do here, because we're still in public comment, is to resolve the scheduling issue, not get in the merits, or we might really be here all night. So if we could just try to address that issue. Councilmember Neese.
My thought is, Mayor, is maybe we can continue public comment, but ask them to go do a minute comment, because we have heard a lot of the same things over and over again. I don't like to shorten up public comment like this, but it is getting long. I don't know if we can tell how many of those 25 queues are in there, but I sure would like to get this out of the way and hear.
I think we cannot, but Denise, please correct me if we're wrong. Councilmember Yakowicz, you had your hand up.
I would also support that, Your Honor. I would suggest we stick to this topic and even put off human relations and Yellowstone County if we need to, because if we go back for another works, there'll be another public comment.
Yeah.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we can start limiting public comment now that we've already been doing 3 minutes, can we?
I think it's up to the council. I mean, if we come back to another work session, there'll be another opportunity at that time. This is not a formal public hearing. So I think our schedule is up to you. Although if city administrator or Gina wants to contradict, feel free. Chris?
No contradiction. That is your guys' call. In fact, there's no mandate to take public comment tonight because there's no ordinance or any final decisions being made. Absolutely, it's the right thing to do. What we're doing, it's within your control as a group as to how you want to limit it or extend it. The next item on the agenda, simply our rules require an annual report. That annual report can be given to you in writing as much as it can be presented. So that item, I'm not aware of anything critical that's being brought up to you tonight as important as this, all due respect. And the next item for KC, I'm not sure what his time sensitivity is, but we could let KC know, look, you're the one, sorry to keep you so long, but we can bring you back at the next work session for that item.
Okay.
KC, is there any time sensitivity to tonight on your item?
Well, only that after it's proposed, which hopefully won't take more than 5 minutes, it's going to be on the consent agenda, or it is on your consent agenda for the next meeting. And it was just to answer any questions. The explanation of what is on that consent agenda shouldn't take 5 minutes.
So Chris, my thought is if we kept that on the consent agenda for next week, and we separate it. We can still give Casey an opportunity to comment then. If the council doesn't feel comfortable, we can adjourn that again, but that wouldn't upset the schedule if we address it at our business meeting. It doesn't have to be on the work session on that item. On the human relations report, I guess I'd like Connie Genker is here with us, and Cody have been loyal troopers with us. If we may have to put them off, but if they would like to make an oral report in the future, I'd like to give them that opportunity, not just have it in writing, but give them that option if we do put that off. Council, so I'm hearing a few voices for putting off items 4 and 5 to a later date. What do the rest of you think? I'm seeing some thumbs up and continuing with this item. Okay. That is a change to our agenda. Do we have Cody and Connie, will you turn into pumpkins if we ask you to come back at a later time? Cody Christensen Linton, are you on? And if so, would you pop in here?
I'd be more than happy to go to sleep.
Okay, all right. We're not going to lose any. He's not going to lose any sleep. In fact, it'll get more sleep. Okay, is there a motion to delay those two items to a future item? Council member, or a future date. Councilor Treaty. You're muted.
So moved.
Okay, so that is the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. It's either going to require 2/3 or 3/4 to make that change. We'll see what we get. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of that change to our agenda are all members of the City Council. Okay, thank you very much. And sorry to keep anyone who wanted to comment and our presenters on items number 4 and 5, but sometimes this is what happens. Okay, we are still in item number 5. We'll come back to that, but Councilmember Boyette, or I'm sorry, item number 3. I apologize. Councilmember Boyette? More on the scheduling issue?
Oh, no, I was going to suggest that we have the FBI speak because he's been here.
I appreciate the reminder. Let's do that as a member of the public. And if you're listening out there in TV or computer land, we will come back, continue the public comment on the massage therapy. We may ask for a shorter time limit, however. So we'll come address that issue when we get there. Right now, Special Agent Brandon Walter, it's all yours. Would you like to comment, or maybe we have other specific questions? Why don't you start? We may have questions for you, but if you want to, do you have any introductory comments on anything that you've heard tonight?
The FBI has been working on this issue since the end of 2014. We have a lot of human trafficking issues in Billings. By my estimation, half of that problem is the illicit massage businesses in Billings. I know Stephanie Bacchus put up on the screen approximately 20,000 ads in 2017. By my estimation, about half of those came from the illicit massage businesses. And then the other part of those came from actually sex trafficking of our kids, sex trafficking of individuals from other states, and other adults being sex trafficked in Billings. So I think to address Councilwoman Purington's question in regard to that last comment, this isn't Chicago PD. We don't basically get to look and see somebody coming out of a massage business, run back to the office, write a warrant. We can't use what's posted on the internet as probable cause to write a warrant to get into a place. It takes, as has been discussed here tonight, it takes an intensive investigation where one of the things that you need to do is establish a relationship with a victim that is afraid, that is inaccessible because they are oftentimes they never leave the business. If they do leave the business, they're just going out for a smoke break. And this happens at 11:30 p.m. at night. In between customers, they might come out for a smoke break. So it's not as simple as what you see on TV. You don't just draft a warrant. You have to have evidence that you can present in a court. And that's just some of the difficulties.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm thinking maybe some questions for Special Agent, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. And thank you, Special Agent, for coming on here to answer our questions. We've heard some people say that this would drive that illicit sex business underground, and that the ordinance wouldn't really help in really the community, or it would drive it to outside into the county. How do you reply to that?
I think it's possible that, in fact, some of these businesses are already in the county, but we have a significant problem in the city limits. That's where a majority of the businesses are. From what I've seen, I know that when the task force, the Yellowstone County Area Task Force, started to educate the community and there were a number of newspaper articles published in the Billings Gazette. When those hit the news, there were a number of massage parlors that just closed down. And I don't know the specific reasons for that, but of the ones that just closed down, Oriental Spa, Happy Spa, Tokyo Sauna, King Spa, and A Spa, Fuji Spa, and Main Street Spa, I believe that was partly due to the fact that the community started to learn what was going on. I believe potential customers that are our neighbors and other individuals in this community decided it wasn't worth taking the risk, that law enforcement was now paying attention, and things changed. I think this, I see that as evidence that moving forward and making things more difficult may be a positive thing.
Mayor, if you mind a quick follow-up?
Please.
The other thing we've heard is saying that this really doesn't help. Does it help reduce and eliminate these illicit sex businesses from the city?
So I'm not at liberty in my official capacity to make a comment in support of the ordinance. I can basically talk about facts in that I've seen businesses close down, and that was coincident with when the community began to learn, when things were published in the newspaper. I saw businesses close down. I can't say that the reason for those, they could be totally unrelated. There could have been somebody that passed away. There could have been somebody that decided it wasn't worth doing business in Billings anymore. I'm not sure. But I can provide facts for what I've seen. The individuals that we're talking about here are somewhat older. That was brought up in Stephanie Bacchus's presentation. I have seen advertisements in Korean language magazines that are published in bigger cities across the United States that say, come to Billings. Law enforcement doesn't care. No papers are required. You can work here when you're older. And these are some of the facts that I can talk about. These women that are being victimized, I've been told by customers of these women that they're in their 20s. I've never met one in their 20s. I've met individuals in their late 30s all the way up to their mid 70s. And these women are doing sex acts in Billings for money. And approximately half of that money is going to the house. And half of it is going to the trafficking victim. These are not victims that are making a choice to come to Billings to have sex. They have no other options, and they are coming to Billings because they're reading in a magazine that law enforcement doesn't care, and that they can come here and they don't have to have legal papers. Which would also include they don't have to have a massage license.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for Special Agent before we go back to public comment? Councilmember Ewalt and then Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. Special Agent Brandon, these illegal massage parlors, everybody, the law enforcement knows where they are, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's illegal right now to do what they're doing, right?
Yes, we have to prove what they're doing. We can't take it on the face of rubmaps.com what is going on there.
Sex acts are illegal, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you got an undercover customer that goes in there, would that not solve the problem?
That would be a step in the direction. However, the current resources are not available for that. There isn't, from my understanding, there isn't a police officer that's currently assigned to that. We have 2 state agents that have been focused on that problem. My particular focus at this point is on child sex trafficking and child exploitation, basically child pornography.
So it's up to the 2 state officers to do this?
That is my current assignment will not allow me to focus on massage parlors. And I know that the state is working on this. Both of those agents are stationed in Billings. However, they also have the responsibility of human trafficking across the entire state. So they're not solely focused on what's happening in Billings.
So there's no other, another question, Mayor?
Go ahead.
There's no other FBI or Marshal, U.S. Marshal employees or deputies that can get involved in this? Because this is a national thing, just not a Billings thing, right?
Right. I'm not the only FBI person that's working on human trafficking. I'm just the only one that located in this part of the state. As far as the other agencies, they could contribute, but human trafficking is a focus of the FBI. And Homeland Security also focuses on human trafficking. There's an agent up in Helena that is working on that. I am the one federal agent in the Billings area that has been focused on human trafficking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Special Agent Brandon Walter, thank you for being here with us tonight. And thank your boss for allowing you to be here and giving you permission to do that. Some of the things that we've heard tonight is why doesn't law enforcement just go in, and why haven't we shut these places down yet? Can you share with us the amount of resources it takes to actually investigate a crime of human trafficking, and how long that takes? Thank you.
So we began focusing on massage parlors in about 2017 when this initial ordinance came to the city council, when Ryan Sullivan and Mike Yakowicz came up with this idea. We began investigating a group of massage parlors, and at this point, that resulted in a conviction of one individual in the closure of A Spa and A Spa and King Spa on Central Avenue. So that investigation was assisted by the Division of Criminal Investigation. They did a lot of work. The FBI did some work, and that business was closed down in February of 19. You can read about the conviction of the individual in the Billings Gazette. in an article that was published in October of 19. So that was one of the efforts that took multiple years to close down 2 of these businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Special Agent Walter? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So, Brandon, one other question that I have. How does the state investigators through that House bill, I don't know, I've got the ordinance written out here someplace, but it was that, what was it, 749? How does that bill, that ordinance or state law, state statute, how does that supersede what local law enforcement, and we're not talking local law enforcement so much as it sounds like we're talking code enforcement. And I don't know that they have the wherewithal. I mean, you're going to have special training for this. So I guess I want to know, how do those jurisdictions overlap to get the job done? Because we're paying state dollars for them. You just said they're here in Billings, which is great. This is the biggest problem in the state, I guess. So how do those overlap that we can actually use their resources? They're supposed to communicate according to that statute. They're supposed to be communicating with local law enforcement, and I would think it would be both ways. So just explain that dynamic, if you wouldn't mind.
So I can attempt to do that. I don't want to pretend that I know everything that the Division of Criminal Investigation has going on, because I don't. My understanding is that they are working hand in hand with local law enforcement, and they are traveling to other cities in the state to work hand in hand with local law enforcement. From what I understand from Chief St. John, and this has been what he said at the city council meeting that I spoke at in 2017, was basically, you give me the body and I'll dedicate a local detective or officer to focus on that problem. It's just that I don't believe that the resources are here at this point to do that. So it's basically falling back to House Bill 749 and the funding that was provided for that, which is paying the salaries of the 2 DCI agents that are located in Billings. But again, Billings isn't their only territory. They have to tackle human trafficking problems across the state. But I know that they are specifically working with law enforcement, local law enforcement in other cities to address the problem.
Thank you very much. Last question or two for the special agent before we go back to public comment. Anything else? Okay, special agent, you can go to bed. You can stay with us, whatever you would like. We really appreciate not just your presence here tonight and giving this information, but the service you performed on this topic in the past and what you're doing now in the way of child pornography. So thank you again. And not just for you, but your whole department and team. Okay, members of the public, we're sorry for this rabbit trail, but I hope you appreciate our need to clarify our schedule and also accommodate the special agent and get some information from him. Hopefully that was valuable to you. We are still in public comment period on item number 3, the number 237-6196. Because of the late hour, it's now after 10 o'clock and councils need to have a discussion here. It's very important you keep your comments very short. Denise, 1 minute, it does not seem adequate to me, but can you set your timer for 2 minutes? And that'll at least keep things moving. So please, public, if you could keep your comments to 2 minutes this late hour and try not to cover things that have already been said as much as possible, we'd appreciate it. Denise, do we still have anybody with us or have they hung up?
Yes, we do. I have a Deborah Kimmett of Missoula that's on the line, and I'll put her on now. Deborah?
Yes.
Thank you for holding. We are ready to take your comment. We are limiting it to 2 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay, my name is Deborah Kimmett and I live in Missoula. And I only have a few minutes, so I'm going to get it right. First of all, or get right to it. First of all, it's a little unfair that there's so many topics to cover here and I only have 2 minutes and the people who are sitting at the table are sitting at the table having all that comment time. I'm executive director of the BLMTB, which is a massage therapy advocacy group, and I've been doing advocacy for over 30 years. And we have a large group of therapists in the Billings area that we support, and that's why I'm involved in this. I also sent you a petition today that was signed by 574 Billings area residents who opposed this bill. I'm also a former chair of the State Massage Therapy Board, and I also co-wrote the state law for massage therapy, and I developed the bodywork exemptions worksheet in use by the state today. So when I tell you that the language regarding bodywork, even the newest change, is a problem and will put them out of business and potentially endanger massage therapists, I know what I'm talking about. And there seem to be a few misunderstandings. First, I am against the proposal and I'm interested in dialogue to find other better solutions that the massage community can get behind because they're out there. And this isn't it though. And also it's been mischaracterized that the national organizations support this. They don't. Also, the copy of the draft ordinance with all the red in it, that's our criticisms. It's not the changes. It's all the things that are wrong with the proposal. And I'll add one more, that there's no money for enforcement. And that's a problem because if all you're doing is charging just a minimum, there's no money for actually enforcing it. And so that's a problem. We're deeply concerned that the approach has been myopic. The background materials provided tell me that an establishment license is and has been the only suggested solution with nothing else considered, but other solutions do exist. For example, some firefighters in Billings just recently went into a place like this and an establishment, and the women in there were topless. That's not massage. That's a sexually oriented business behavior. So why not regulate them that way? Broaden your definition of sexually oriented businesses, and then you prohibit those businesses from doing massage and bodywork as defined in state law and in those exemptions. And that way, when you walk into the business and you see sexual behavior addressed, and they're offering massage, that's a violation. And there's more to it than that. But there's also a ton of ideas. Like, for example, Mr. Walter brought up all those spas that closed down. That's one of the items that, according to national anti-trafficking experts, that's what they say is the cheapest and most effective thing to do, which is landlord engagement. So, and it's educating the public as well, because you put that kind of pressure on them and they can take that pressure and leave, or landlords can take that pressure as well and evict those folks when those leases end. And we're happy to have that conversation and develop all those solutions for you, because the reality is the problem is much bigger than these brothels disguised as massage businesses. It's in nail salons, restaurants, and hotels. And these and other tools allow you to address the problem more broadly than sexualizing or penalizing or degrading my healthcare profession and treating us as a sexually oriented business. So a no vote on this is not a vote against stopping human trafficking. It's a vote to explore other options and look at the big picture and develop a solution that the massage therapy community can get behind. And I'm willing to help you with that. And so thank you very much for my time and for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 2 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Caleb Scottson, and 4th District here in Billings.
4th Ward, okay. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my call and for all of you, the work you guys have been doing. I'll make this really quick. I am totally in support of doing something about sex trafficking. It's a terrible situation and it needs to be dealt with. I am concerned with this ordinance in that there's a lot of talk of how it's not going to be a burden on massage therapists, but I don't see that yet, as of yet, that we are really protected for it. In particular, the comments that some massage therapists won't have to get this license because it will be then pushed off to their employer. my concern is, how is that going to affect the personal employment of massage therapists? I am a new massage therapist here in Billings, and if gyms and chiropractors and other healthcare professionals or healthcare businesses have to now jump through a bunch of hoops that they're not comfortable with, is that going to affect my ability to be employed? If I'm just a sole proprietor, that obviously seems to be just under my deal, and I'm okay with fingerprinting and that kind of stuff. Yes, $25, $50 one time is not going to break me, and I do support those type of measurements to include things, but I'm not convinced that this is going to be no harm to massage therapists. So that's it. I'll make it short and sweet.
Okay. Thank you, Caleb. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 2 minutes to give us your comment. Could you please mute your television? Hello? Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 2 minutes to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
This is Nicole Holm Michelson again. We got disconnected.
Okay, Nicole, go ahead.
This is Nicole Holm. I'm also a legal licensed massage therapist. I'm going to go through 3 things really quick. First and foremost, I am against human trafficking. I hate what it makes our profession look like. 3 things I really want to touch base on. I am disappointed. I hold a business license. My business is in a chiropractic business. I have my own practice in there, and I work with him. I work with other medical professionals, attorneys. I do carry an MPI. I am disappointed that I wasn't asked with, you said like 27 people carry a business license for massage therapy. Why I was not asked to be a part of maybe the task force or being a part of the city of Billings, and whatever the city of Billings is, why you didn't reach us directly. All we are getting is hearsay. It would have been nice to be a part of that. Second, I feel the ordinance is narrowing only to one professional. There's too many loopholes in it. I feel the IBM is going to get around this in it. I feel like this is going to number 3. If we're going to do something about this, we need to make this a citywide, all Billings businesses need to be on board. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 2 minutes to give us your comment. Could you mute your television, please? Thank you. May I have your name and address?
My name is Susan Carlson, and my office is on 15th Street West.
Okay.
Or 13th Street West, I'm sorry. I have a couple of just really brief comments so I don't run over the other things that have been said.
Yes.
It's interesting to me that the only people that feel that this ordinance is not demeaning to massage therapists is people who are not massage therapists. I have the solution for ending human trafficking and sex trade in Billings, Montana. I actually gave it to the state legislature in 1983. When you can convince people, and unfortunately usually men, to quit paying for sex, you'll end the sex trade, because if there's no supply or demand, there will be no supply. We are educated. We are involved with our trade. I have done massage out of the same location for over 20 years. I had 2 other locations before that I spent extended periods of time. I'm involved with the state board. Our state board does regulate massage therapy. We do have a code of ethics. We do have standards. We have regulations that we must meet in order to keep our licensure. I'm just offended at the way massage therapists are being treated. At the meeting that we were at with some people from the city of Billings, including the mayor, we were told that we needed to just take one for the team. whatever team he's talking about, that is not something that massage therapists in Billings, Montana are interested in doing. We will fight this to the very end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 2 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address?
Yes, my name is Skelly Adkins, Billings Heights.
Okay.
Thank you. I've been a massage therapist for 25 years. I have never been solicited for sex doing massage in a proper business setting. And I've worked in hospitals, I've worked in clinics, I've worked for myself and yoga studios. I am against sex trafficking. And I do appreciate that when I emailed, the councilman emailed me back and he used some of my comments in tonight's meeting. That is appreciated. I'm against the current spa ordinance, thinking that it's too broad, and I would like it to be looked at as a total city problem. Every business, no business should have illegal sex operations happening. And I do think if we just limit it to massage therapy and massage therapists, that it'll go elsewhere. The illegal businesses will become more creative. So thank you.
Thank you, Skelly. Okay, Mayor, that seems to be all the calls that we've received.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Thank you, members of the public. We'll close the public comment period then. Do appreciate all of the input from members of the public and for your patience and hard work for staying with us. And also want to validate your own experience. This is clearly something that impacts people very deeply, and we get that and appreciate that and appreciate your energy and thoughts and giving us your feedback. Okay, Council, the other items have been put off. How would you like to proceed? Just a reminder of where we're at. Staff is looking for some direction, either perhaps motion that we go no further, that we put this on one end of the spectrum, on the other that we put it on a business agenda for adoption or something in between, another work session or further input. So, Councilor Biakwich, I saw your hand up first.
Yes, Your Honor. 2 things. I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to go forward.
Please do. And can you clarify what forward looks like?
To bring it to, bring it to the next, put on the agenda.
Okay, an agenda, I'm assuming, means a business meeting?
Business meeting.
Or for another work session, or what's your preference here?
For a business meeting.
Okay, and at one point you said the word next, but I think that would be difficult. Is your intent at a future one of the judgment of the staff based on whatever input they feel?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Sorry to put words in your mouth, but just trying to be as clear as possible. Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Tariki?
No, actually, I was going to ask if we could take a 5-minute break before we start discussing the merits of this.
Second it.
I appreciate that. Just as we clarify, is there a second? Councilmember Ronning has the second. Now that we have something on the floor, if I didn't let you take a break, it might go a lot faster. However, I want to respect all of your bladders. So it's 10:24. Let's come back at 10:30 or as close to that as we can. I'll see you at 10:30. Councilmember Ewald, Councilmember Yakowicz is with us. Looks like we have everybody except Councilmember Ewald. And we have Councilmember Ewald. The gang's all here. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll reconvene. We do have a motion on the floor for staff to bring forward at a future business meeting at a timing, I guess, in discretion of staff. We did have during public comment some specific questions posed. We don't, we won't be able to get everyone, but we want to do our best to answer those that we got on the list. And so Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, I think you were keeping a bit of a list. Stephanie Bacchus also might want to chime in. So if the two of you would do your best to address some of those questions as quickly as you can, they may be relevant to our discussion of the motion. So Chris?
Absolutely, Mayor and Council. So the first one had to do with finances. This ordinance in no way, shape, or form was set up to generate money for enforcement. It will not bring any additional dollars in. In fact, quite the opposite. We lowered that first year amount because in the beginning we were criticized that they had to get there was additional burdens with additional licenses. So they pay 55 today. There's about 100 of them in the community, 85 or so that use massage in the name. We've speculated another 15 that don't. So in that first year, we're actually going to lose about $2,500. And then the second year, we'll get back the same roughly $5,500 based on our estimate. So for better or worse, this is not designed to make money to cover enforcement. Second ones I highlight were really comments about getting away from the language massage. I think we all would like to get away from that language, but it's a part of what's happened there. How to stop human trafficking, I've said in my memo, I don't believe anything will stop it altogether. Our question is, or to me, I think this is a low-cost tool to minimize it or to lower the prevalence in Billings. And then we had a very specific question from Eric relative to section 17.810. I think it was E. I don't think he said that, but it has to do with locks. And he commented he would be jailed and fined. And so I'd like Gina to cover that one real briefly. That was very specific. Gina, can you go there? And then after that, if I missed anything, Stephanie, I'll ask you to kind of weigh in.
Sure.
Go ahead, Gina.
Section 7-1810E, the section that Eric referenced, does require that exterior doors shall remain unlocked while the massage facility is open. And then it does provide some exceptions, like restroom doors may be locked. There is an exception for exterior doors to remain locked if the building and zoning codes allow that, and if the massage facility is owned by one individual with no more than one employee or independent contractor present in the facility. So if there's a situation where there's just one person there or the two people, then those doors could remain locked. Additionally, we've also added that exceptions may be granted by the license administrator, because we recognize that there may be situations where special circumstances that there might be three people working for whatever reason, or whatever that special circumstance is, so that can be considered and exceptions can be granted on a case-by-case basis. So I don't think that Eric has much to worry about in addressing that particular situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Stephanie Bacchus, was there anything on your list that we didn't already cover?
Yeah, there was a question asked of Special Agent Walter, and thank you, Mayor Cole, for giving me the chance to respond. He can't comment on, the effective efficacy of this ordinance. But his question that was asked of him was, does it reduce or eliminate trafficking? And I think the answer is abundantly clear based on the examples of other places that have done these ordinances. Now, you can say, well, they may move or they may go underground. Well, some of them might, but it will reduce it. I think all of the examples that Gina and others have researched in putting this ordinance together, like Aurora, Colorado and Dayton, Ohio, are great examples of that. And so, I think that's really important. I also did want to comment, I think there was one other thing about the HB 749 issue and how I guess he was also asked sort of how the local, state, and feds work together. And what's the problem with using HB 749? Well, even if it gets changed so it doesn't sunset in 2023, it still has problems because all it allows any designee to do, whether or not that's going to include Department of Justice designee with new legislation, that's still not going to get you very far because all it lets them do is look at licenses. And as we heard, there are people with licensed that have licenses, but they're fraudulent. And I'm just concerned because, we're right here where we were 3 years ago. And, I certainly have tried to talk to any massage therapist. I know they've been invited to sessions. So I don't agree with their argument, but that's certainly their argument. But my concern is that if the council doesn't do something, nothing will get done and the status quo will continue. And so it's really, if we find that some of these things belong in the general license for all city businesses, great, that's something to look into later. But don't let that stop you from fixing a problem. You have a solution right in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, back to our motion, which is before you. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I actually I went through the ordinance and I have it marked throughout because there are things that I find questionable with the language. And I guess the biggest thing for me is how are you going to enforce it? Because you talk in the first paragraph about it being criminal activity, but then it's all based on code enforcement. And as it was pointed out, code enforcement only works Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 or 8 to 5, whatever it is. And so there are tools in place for, I think, our police department. I think education is one thing that has really they've dropped the ball on this. And, just the instance with the firemen, I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just saying that's been said. So what do they do with it? What does the police department do with it whenever they get a call? How many complaints are there? It's complaint driven. How many complaints are actually called in to the police department to say, hey, something's going on? How many calls will actually be called to code enforcement saying, oh, something's going on? How are you going to know that someone doesn't have a business license that code enforcement's going to go do it? Which means you're going to have to hire more than one code enforcement just to go to these businesses. You already have the police or the fire department that does fire inspections. And they already have the means of getting inside of these places. So I just think that there's certain elements to this in enforcement that I just don't see how it's going to be done. And to try to say that we're opposed to or that we're in favor of human trafficking or we don't care about it, I think that's way off the ballpark because we do. Everyone here, whether your face is on there or not, we care about it and we want it stopped. But you have to do it legitimately. They have much more money. They have much more resources than the city of Billings does. And I'm just very concerned about it.
Okay, thank you. I think we should get some input from city staff on the issue of enforcement. Wyeth hasn't said much. Chris, and you're Wyeth's boss, so can the two of you talk about how this is going to work with our code enforcement personnel?
Sure. So as I said, there is no money in here for additional enforcement. It doesn't generate more money. We will have to prioritize the complaints like we prioritize the complaints today, and the severity or the impact of those complaints on reducing levels of crime is what we'll have to go by. Certainly in the future, as was in the past, you will hear from me, you will hear from your chief, you will hear from Wyeth, that we do need more code enforcement and law enforcement officers, period. Now, code enforcement officers are much less expensive than law enforcement officers, and I think it is, and how much time and effort law enforcement has to put in. So,
okay,
Wyeth, anything you'd add to it?
And Chris, here I'm just going to warn you. You kind of chop in and out a little bit, but I think we can catch you. You're there 90% of the time. Put it that way. So just if it gets worse, we'll let you know. But Wyeth, can you comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I mean, what Chris just said is quite accurate. The understanding right now is if this is put in place, that at this time we would work with the resources we have, which are 3 code enforcement officers that work now on all the codes that we enforce in the city, and then 1 who is focused just on the abandoned structures and wouldn't be involved in this effort. We don't know for sure how many complaints we would see initially. It would be complaint driven. Again, we're not proactive because we don't have the resources to be proactive, but certainly it would be complaint driven. And if there was complaints that came in and we understood from the council after this was put in place that this was a priority, then we would, as Chris said, we would address it that way in terms of as other complaints came in, we would work with these first and go out and address them as they were reported. So that's very briefly, I guess that's what the approach would be. And as to Councilmember, I think Purinton's point, yeah, we're definitely, we've talked internally, there's going to have to be some training and certainly, as we do now, coordinate with the police department on different situations with properties. We would be coordinating with them very much, as well as with the finance department through the licensure process. So that would all be, this would be new to us in the sense of going into the businesses on a more regular basis in this area and going through what I'm calling the checklist in a couple of those sections of the ordinance. But we would just be working very much to coordinate that with the other departments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewoltz and Nice, you all both had your hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. Along with Councilmember Purinton's questioning, so if you get a complaint call, code enforcement goes out there, do they just kick the door down and go in? Or do you have to knock or ring the doorbell and wait until somebody answers the door?
Councilmember Ewald, Mayor and Council, our understanding is that we can go in, and it's the way the ordinance is written, we can go in any time during their business, they're open, we can go in and ask to go through and look at the requirements that the ordinance calls out. So we can do that. That's already allowed under the city code now, that you can go into businesses for routine inspections. And so that would be a similar approach in this case.
So you don't have to acknowledge or announce that you're coming in? You just walk in?
The way this ordinance is written and the way it references the current city code, it appears that we could just go in.
Okay, and how many times, if you get complaints, how many times do you go in and not find anything and then you quit going, answering the complaint calls?
Councilmember Ewald, I guess I'm not totally tracking on that. I mean, when we get a complaint, the first thing we have to do is establish if it's actually legitimate, if it's, a complaint that meets or is in a violation of one of our codes. And so that's what we do first. If it does, then we go through our process to notify the owner or business that they're in violation. So if we find that we get a complaint and it's not a valid complaint, we that's put in the system that way. But if we got another complaint a couple of days later, we would go and check it again. So we already do that with the current complaint system.
Okay, just one comment, Mayor, please.
Okay.
I know several people that have complained to me that have called in complaints, code complaints, 4, 5, 6 times, and nothing ever results from it. So would that be the same thing here? And kind of like the Dirty Dozen. We've seen some of the Dirty Dozen on there for 2 years before anything gets done, or maybe longer.
Wyeth, you want to comment?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Ewald, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I mean, some of those situations take a long time to be resolved, even if there is a violation. In some cases, we're going to court with properties, at certainly some of the properties that you've seen in the Dirty Dozen. And when that happens, and that could happen in these cases as well, it takes longer because the court process tends to stretch things out, and we go through that. But that's a standard. I mean, that wouldn't be any different, I guess, in this situation as it is now, where we have some of those really protracted situations, very uncooperative property owners, and we have to go through that process.
Councilmember Neese, and Chris, did you need to comment before I go to Councilmember Neese on another topic? Or
I just want to be clear, just very briefly, due process rules still have to be followed. No one's kicking someone's door. I mean, a code enforcement officer, and we're kind of half gist here, but a code enforcement officer never, I can imagine, is in a situation to kick somebody's door down. So we got to follow procedures on enforcement.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Yakowicz, you also had your hand up. So Councilmember Neese.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is along the same lines. Wyeth, and if I understand this correctly, and I believe this is something I like about this, is when the complaint is made, it does get registered in the complaint system, as you said. So if you go online and look at the a particular property, you can see all those code complaints and how they've been resolved one way or another, and how many have been filed on that property over time. Is that going to be correct? Even these complaints will show up there?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, yeah, it would be similar that same way. If we get complaints that are investigated, and then if they're valid and we go forward, you'll see those in the system, and you often also see the ones that are, if we opened a case and then determined there wasn't a violation, then it's closed. But you're exactly right. I mean, right now you can see properties where there's a history of various complaints over time.
Okay, and a quick follow-up, Mayor?
Go ahead.
So if a business like this were to get a lot of these complaints and then they were to eventually move or leave, the property owner who owns that property would still have all those complaints stay there. You don't wipe out those complaints just because the business left. Is that correct?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, no, I'm not, I can double check this, but I'm not aware that, no, it doesn't matter if there's a change in ownership or property, something with the property, that case history is still there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yakowicz. And then Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Honor and Council. I just want to speak in favor of the motion. I think we all agree with that. We're all against human trafficking, whatever side people are on. And also, we want to be very respectful to the licensed massage therapist. So I think we're all in accord in that way. I am not an FBI agent. I am not a police officer. So I rely on those who I respect and who I know who have been addressing this problem for at least the last 6-7 years that I know. They have said that whether it be from Brandon, the FBI, or the Yellowstone Valley Human Trafficking Task Force, which is a huge group of people represented, as well as Chief St. John, that this is a key. It's a tool to address human trafficking. And so, like any ordinance we do, we know that when we drill down on an ordinance, it takes time, it takes effort, but when we do a good job, we get good result. And I think that I do have to, thank Penny and the city, Mr. Kukalski, and a lot of people have been working on this for a long time. I found that there's been a lot of fair discussion here. When I've attended meetings, there have been representatives of the licensed massage therapists. Were they all there? No. Were they all represented? No. But there was constant effort and energy to reach out. And I know that a lot of the ordinance was changed because of that. So I believe the process was fair. Also, they reached out to other cities around the country to find fair and genuine other law that we could use too. So I'm supporting this because I see that it has value, it has teeth, and it has tools to address a serious problem. And we will continue, and we have to continue to be respectful to the massage licensed therapists and others involved. But from what I've seen, it's a serious issue. And I believe as council, as we heard from Ms. Bacchus, that, it's time for us to move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ronning and then Joy.
Thank you. Wyatt, I have a couple questions for you. Thank you. So Wyatt, when you look through this ordinance, and as we've been working on it for 3 years now, can you address, I think sometimes we think that there's laws in place, and why isn't law enforcement just doing something, or why isn't code enforcement just doing something? Because clearly they should be a law in place. So as you look at some of the requirements that we've put in there, for example, is it currently against city code right now for an illicit massage business to be open 24 hours a day? Is that currently against city code?
Councilmember Ronning and Mayor and Council, I guess, in terms of hours of operation, we that's not something actually that really is enforced in a lot of different business situations. We don't have a requirement.
I'm just asking, is it currently on the city code?
For those specific businesses, no.
Okay. So that's what my point is that I'm getting, is that the requirements that are in there that are really distinguishing the illicit massage industry from the legitimate massage industry, those very specific requirements about the blackened windows of the storefront, having to wear clothing if you are giving the massage, those types of things. What I'm asking you is, are they currently against city code?
Councilmember Ronning, Mayor and Council, no. I mean, this guy has the way this is written has very specific items that we currently don't have and don't have in the code to enforce. And so this gives as I've been saying, sort of a checklist of sorts for this specific type of situation where we can work off of that to determine compliance or non-compliance.
Thank you so much. So, and then the other comment I wanted to make, Mayor Cole, is, one of the things that Chief St. John has been repeatedly asking us for is help in preventative measures and proactive measures in preventing crime. And this is a tool that we are bringing forward. And I just want to say thank you to Chief St. John for his participation in the past 3 years. And am proud of all of the work that's been done to actually develop a tool that is working to be proactive to eliminate crime in our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I would just like to really express my appreciation for all the people who called in this evening to leave their comment. And we do really have to appreciate and be respectful of those who have a legitimate and skill and talent for massage that gives a lot of people relief from pain and injury. And the other thing, apparently there have been some very hurtful things that have been said on social media. So it's best if we all are careful in the words we use in order not to offend and to hurt others, whether we're for this or against this. I would just like to say, I would really appreciate if we established some kind of data, a baseline, and actually looked at this from the viewpoint of data. So if we know the number of licenses and we know this kind of thing, it would be very helpful if we actually collected that data to find out whether or not this ordinance is actually achieving what we wanted to achieve. And this is not usually something that we talk about in our ordinances, but I think it would make our decisions much easier and clearer to the public when we say this ordinance was put in place, this ordinance has achieved the goal. And I think this is actually an ordinance where we actually have data that we could track and say, yes. And we can look at, when we do that, then we can look at some of the unintended consequences. And I would like all of those therapists who have a lot of concerns, legitimate therapists who have a lot of concerns, to continue to give us feedback. Come back to us and tell us, this is how I'm being impacted. Continue to talk to us about the way it gets implemented and the concerns as time goes on. That's how we make changes. That's how we make it better. That's how we make it work. So I encourage them to continue to come back to council and tell us of problems. And the other thing is that we really reach out and try to educate and make it easy for those who have to go through the hoops of establishing their license, to make it easy. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to enforce it or to make it hold where it should, but to make it easy in reaching out to the public, reaching out to them as an industry, and trying to make that process smooth for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess there's, I don't know when we're getting to this or if we're going to wait until it actually comes to a business meeting, but there's a couple things in here that I'd like to at least consider looking at. One being that any felony, just you can't get a license. Maybe for a massage therapist that owns the business, that may be a requirement already for the state or something like that. But for someone that just owns a gym or something that happens to have a contractor come in and do therapy or something like that, they're automatically just out for a felony that has absolutely nothing to do with this. I mean, in any way, shape, or form. That's the way I understand it. If you're the business owner and you have therapy, then if you have any felony, you can't get the license. I mean, that's the way I'm reading this. And then the other thing that I'm concerned is having to supply your employees' names, date of birth, where they were born, all of that kind of stuff. I get it for the license, the person getting the license, I'm okay with that. But for any of their employees, I can't, and I'd have to go look at the section that I saw that, but it's requiring that those employees now have to supply their name, birth date, all of that kind of stuff. I think that might be a little far reaching. But those are two areas that, I'm just kind of, we may not be, helping the industry by just eliminating the possibility for somebody to open a business and they just happen to have someone do massages.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Brown. It raises an important issue of possible changes to the document. It's 11 o'clock, and so I fear getting into all of those, but I feel strongly that we need to have a path for addressing those in the future. And because I also have some drafting changes I would want to suggest. And so I guess what I'm envisioning is that people like Councilmember Brown or myself who have changes, or members of the public that may have been commenting tonight, we didn't get much specifics on or almost any changes in the way of specific changes to the document itself. I'm hoping that staff, in deciding when to put this on the agenda, will give us some time to provide that input and maybe decide whether we need to have some a subcommittee or other discussion about that draft, because I think there's going to be some additional changes. So that's one comment. I just following up with Councilmember Brown. Two other quick things from myself. One is that I think it's very important that we have a three-legged stool here. And not just proceed if this motion passes with this kind of ordinance, but also continue to provide whatever resources we can on the law enforcement side of it, and do everything we can, because these are criminal laws being violated. And I have a lot of sympathy for the legitimate massage businesses who want us to do more on the criminal side. I don't think that's an excuse for not adopting this, but I think we need to proceed on all fronts as much as we can. And that would also include sort of the public relations side and putting pressure on landlords and educating landlords, whatever else we can do I think we need to hit it from all angles. And then lastly, and this kind of is in the category of changes, I'm still concerned about how we're handling so-called body work. My understanding is that was originally exempted, but criticism from the opponents that, well, people are just going to call themselves body workers, and so it was added in. And now the opponents have switched to say, well, now that you've added them in, you're going to put them out of business. So I think we need to come back to that issue, wrestle with it, and potentially exclude them again to keep it simple. But we can have that debate, but probably not at 11 o'clock at night. So those are some of the issues that are out there in my mind. I saw some other hands. Councilmember Cheriki, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I will say up front that a number of my friends are massage therapists, and I have a number of family members who are massage therapists. I do not materially benefit from any of them, other than, sometimes my back feels a little bit better after I talk to them. But, so I do feel it's important to get that out there. My problem, I can't support it as it's currently written. I don't think it's strong enough, honestly. I think my biggest criticism is that in trying to focus on illegal businesses that use massage as a disguise, that it ends up limiting the overall impact of what we could do. So among other things, one of the most important things I think we need to do is to consider having that list of sexual activities that we want to have limited being put into a general section of the code and so that it's available to be enforceable in other types of situations other than just the massage business, like, someone who has a massage business license. Another huge hole I see in there is the whole thing around native healing. I get why it's in there, but it's just begging for a rebranding that's in there. One last comment I want to make is that I think it's important to remember that whenever we're talking about these things, there are two different types of businesses that we're really talking about. There are the corporations, that have, owners and managers and CEOs and stuff like that. For them, a new type of business license is not a big deal. They have people for that. They just, call up their lawyer, tell them to go deal with it, and they go deal with it. But somebody who's doing 5 massages a week in their home, it's an entirely different thing. This is a new kind of bureaucracy for them, and and I think a lot of the reaction that we're getting against this is for people who are essentially just working at home, who now, have to go out and get a business license. I'm pretty sure most of them don't have business licenses right now. And I think, I personally believe that everybody who's working from home should have a business license. I'm not comfortable doing it just one industry at a time type of thing. So, I can't support moving forward to a business meeting with it as it's written, but I am happy to support, a working session or, participate in trying to write up some stuff on this to make it worse. I mean, I get that we are trying to do enforcement on the cheap here. I understand why we're doing it, and I support that basic notion. But we have to balance how effective it's going to be with, the impact it's going to have on the legitimate businesses that are essentially bearing the brunt of the cost of doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. So in moving forward, I'm like Danny, I can't support it the way it's written. And I would like to see another work session to look at, how some of these elements can be changed. I think Sean brought up an excellent point about the felony. And it's my understanding that that might be a constitutional issue because you can't deny a license, I think, if it doesn't relate to that profession. Another thing, the cost. I don't know that we've done any sort of a cost analysis of it because, Chris, I think your office is saying that you'll be the licensee administrator. Well, I think then there needs to be some training in corporation and shell corporations or shell companies. I think there's something called a corporation or Corporate Transparency Act. I think there's code enforcement. You're asking these people to go and look at a business license in a criminal setting. And, Chris, you said, well, that we don't have to pay them as much. You're putting them in jeopardy in some way or another. So I agree that education needs to be out there. Brandon made the comment, just the newspaper alone, that was his perception that some of that changed because of the, calling out the particular massage therapy locations. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with going out there and, getting people on the street with their placards and saying, this is what these are. I mean, you got people doing that with all, whether they're pro-lifers and Planned Parenthood, or you got them all the time, and they're peaceful protesters, but they're out there calling community awareness, and that's what we're after, is the community awareness to drive down, hopefully, some of that, or make the community more aware of where these are. And another element, whenever you talk about the residents, is my understanding, and Stephanie and Penny, you and even the chief may know this more than I, is that one place they completely shut down their business, which was huge, and now they have it in a home on Broadwater. How will you know that? I doubt they have the flashing signs in their in a residence, but yet that's where they're doing business. So I think there are so many elements in this, and so Mayor, moving forward, Chris, moving forward, how do we let you know some of the questions that we have? I mean, I'm happy to email these to the group and just say, these are the things that I want clarified or need to be changed or whatever. And I mean, it's just my opinion, but how do we do that? How do we move forward with something that will look at the human trafficking?
Thank you. Because you have a specific question there, I would highly recommend that Councilmember Purington, you do exactly that. Be as specific as possible. This code section you think should be revised to say X, or deleted it completely, or add a new one, whatever it is. I would make that encouragement to all council members. And Chris, we'll have to talk about how you want to incorporate those. If you feel, I would hope staff would still feel comfortable exercising some judgment, especially with Gina having been involved with the drafting process to, bless or not bless certain proposed changes. We'll keep going with council members. Chris, if you want to comment on that process later, feel free. Councilmember Neese, okay. Councilmember Ewald. Go ahead, Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I would hope that after we vote this, like we did with the noise ordinance, we appointed some council members who wanted to get together and kind of refine that ordinance before it came back to the council. That would be my recommendation. But I will vote in support of this. I've reviewed this an awful lot. I've talked to a lot of people. I can't say any better than Councilman Yakowicz did. I do agree with Councilman Cherokee that some of this should be in a general business section. And as much as I would like to put that over there now, I don't think we shouldn't wait. I think we should get this ironed out get it passed, get it in place, and then look at moving that to a general business section, and then we can modify the code at that time. I am concerned about, I know of stories where landlords wanted to remove these places and they couldn't. And I would love to see a clause in there, but again, that'll be something that maybe can be added later to help landlords out. Again, not regulate landlords, and that's what I'm asking to do. I don't want that misinterpreted. So I look forward to us moving this forward, and hopefully by the end of the first quarter, we'll have it passed and in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Listening to all the discussion going on, it seems like there's several people that still got questions that would like to see some things changed. My big concern is we put this in force, and somebody mentioned early on, if you got 3 employees, that's $500,000 a year. For $500,000 a year, those 3 employees aren't going to leave. They're just going to change the name of what they operate under, or the location. So I think it needs a lot more work, and so I'd like to make a substitute motion that we bring this back to a work session, get a lot more stuff ironed out, so that when we bring it back to a business meeting, it's not sitting there and eating up another couple hours of the business meeting. So that's my substitute motion, to bring it back to another work session and then to a business meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Ewald, you heard Councilmember Ewald's motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Purington makes the second.
Call for the question.
Okay. We'll proceed to vote on whether to vote. Remind me 2/3, Gina, on this, which would be 8. Is that correct? Maybe you can check that while we make the vote. If the motion is clear, we're just voting on whether to vote. If you'd like to proceed with the vote, please raise your hand. I'm seeing unanimity by the council. We're prepared to vote. So we'll now vote on the motion, which is a substitute motion, which is bring this back for a work session as opposed to a business meeting. Just a quick question, Chris, if this does come back at a business meeting, do you want to give us any input on when? I mean, are we in a rush?
We're at least, I'm going to say we're at least a month out. I mean, we just went over agendas this morning. We're very packed for many weeks. This is not going to be in front of you in 2 weeks or probably even 4 weeks. But at the same time, it's been 3 years. So we want to be diligent. You nailed it earlier. Please be very specific with us. And I do believe the issue of felony deliberately does not prohibit someone from getting a license. So we can address your specific questions for sure.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed to a vote then. Again, the substitute motion is to bring us back at a work session. Voting, if you're in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Purington, Tariki, Ewald. Okay, if you're voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Council Members Boyette, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Brown, Shaw, and Cole. So motion fails.
Question?
Back to discussion on the underlying motion.
Calling for the question.
Councilmember Neese, call for the question. Is that what you said? Okay. So we'll proceed again to vote on whether to vote. All in favor of proceeding to the vote, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Purington, Tariki. I see unanimity. Motion passes unanimously. So now we'll proceed to the vote on the underlying question, which is to bring this back at a future business meeting. You heard the input on the timing on that. Again, with encouragement that council and other members of the public provide any proposed edits between now and then. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Cole, Boyett, Triki, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, and Brown and Shaw. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Purington and Ewald. Motion passes. Thank you very much. I think that concludes this item for tonight. Great discussion, a lot of input there. Before we move on to the next item, Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I don't think it concludes this item. I think I would like to have council members and the staff appoint a committee, because there's a lot of concern about this. So instead of just doing emails, they actually get together in a Zoom meeting. So I'd like to propose that the council members who are, I think we did this on the noise ordinance. There was like 3 council members who were interested, work with staff. And then that way they got that ordinance hammered out. They wanted to for the work session. So those, I don't know if that needs to be a motion, but I sure would ask us to move that way, so we're not having to just go emails back and forth. People can have some good discussions.
And I don't have any objection to that personally. I don't know if it takes a motion or not. Maybe we should just ask if such a group were created formally or informally, who would like to serve on it. I know I would. I wonder how, Councilmember Neese, it's your motion. Did you want to be part of that process or not?
I could be. I see Danny. I see Penny. I see Pam. There's 4 without me. So I think those 4, if the council members are agreeable and staff can work with the current and come back to us with the motion was just passed.
Okay, Councilmember Yakowicz.
Just from my experience, and Mr. Kukulski can help me, or you, Mayor, there's a committee appointed by the council and there's a committee appointed by the city administrator. And I think one is better than the other. That's what I learned. I could correct me on that. Either way, I'm happy with it. But is there a difference? I'm not sure.
Do I dare ask? Can you tell me, Deputy Mayor, which one's better?
I can't. I just know that there's
in your mind.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know for sure. I thought you might know.
I think it's the one by the administrator, because then the council members join the staff committee versus a council appointed committee that needs to be, I think, voted on. So this is probably so it'd be up to you to actually call for people to join your committee, not for us, I guess, to say we're joining it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we all want to get through this in a way that when it comes to the council, it's ready for adoption or minimal review. So I'll gladly reach out to make yourself clear. I would ask for a balance to have a majority of the people who are voting no to have it. I think it needs a little bit more balance than that, honestly, but we go 2 and 2 and put it together.
Okay, I think the way we're leaving this is still a staff-generated process, and the staff will work to get council input to bring us to our next draft. But every member of the council, whether they're part of that group or not, please give specific input to staff as much as you can. And the same with any members of the public who might be watching, both proponents and opponents of this. This is your opportunity to have influence on the language of that proposed ordinance. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning.
I just wanted to say real quickly that I think both Stephanie and I and FBI Special Agent Brandon Walter is still on the line. I don't think we've ever been, I know I've been unbelievably humbled tonight in how many people in our community want to fight human trafficking. This crime is one of the most egregious that there is. And the task force started about 5 years ago. And prior to that, Brandon was pretty much alone. The FBI was pretty much alone in this fight. And I am so proud of our community. I'm so proud of our community in the work that has been done, all of the voices that we heard tonight. Victims have remained completely voiceless, and I'm so proud that we have a community that is getting recognized on a national level, and all of the council members wanting to fight this most egregious crime. This is how we're going to impact and change our community against this crime. It is going to take a community solution and a community effort. So to everyone, we welcome your input, always have, we continue to do that, and the more voices, the better. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Ronnie, for your efforts. You've been at the vanguard. We know that and appreciate it. Okay, that's the end of item number 3. Items 4 and 5 have been moved to a later date. We have 2 more items before we can adjourn. First is the general council discussion. Are there any items general council discussion? General council discussion, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. What's the status on the community room in the library?
Chris?
So I talked to Gavin this afternoon. We are having AV, the contractor, is waiting on some equipment to come in. So I've asked Gavin to give a report, present a report to us next Monday night on the details of what's going on and why we're not open and ready to go. But they're not able to test it yet.
Okay, and we'll get more information, sounds like, on Monday.
And the other thing, I'm sorry, I would add one other component, which would be if the number is small enough, we can use the council chambers. But the council chambers absolutely doesn't work with 11 people, and it doesn't work with 4 staff people. So that equipment is all there and ready to go, but it can't accommodate 11 people plus staff plus the public. So.
Yeah, and Chris, just a reminder, we're going to need some written protocols about how we're going to handle public, how many members of the public, where would the members of the public be? I think there's some issues that if we could ask you at the staff level to start kind of working us through, I'd be happy to work with you or other council members as well. But there may be some questions before we just all show up at the library. Councilor Eel, you want to follow up on that before we go back to Councilor Barani?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering how many council people would be interested in meeting in person again, even if we met up at the council chambers. I would. Okay, Councilmembers Ewald, Yakwich, Neeson, Purrington, all raise their hand. And I'm kind of like Councilmember Brown. I'd probably I would feel a need to be there. If there are anybody in person, I think I should be there as well, just so I can see it'd be easier to run the meeting. Okay, Councilmember Ronnie, you had your hand up. Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you. I just wanted a reminder from Chris and maybe you, Mayor Cole. Are we supposed to be emailing headshots to Wynette? Is that who we're supposed to be mailing headshots to for a council photo? Can you just remind me of that? Thank you.
Yes, please. A headshot that you have will help our photographer put a picture together for this group. We still haven't locked down a photographer to do it, but I think that won't be a difficult part to find. But if you would send us your headshots, that will be the cleanest way. That may be one very clean way to do this. I would ask to send them to Wynette and I, so we got them both. So we both have them.
Hey, Chris, if people do not have a professional headshot, is this something in the budget they can go to a photographer? And if so, should we be sending them to a particular photographer? Is that something we should be talking about?
We haven't selected one, as I said, or we don't have one, on contract, but I don't think that would be difficult for any of us to find.
Okay, so if you don't have that, please let Wynette know so that we can make some judgment about whether we need to find a photographer. We'd want them to be consistent, I would assume. So, okay, thank you. Who else had their hand up for council discussion? Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, I just want to make the point that, and we need to be making the point publicly across the board, I think, that just because our numbers are down and just because vaccines are showing up right now, it's still a little too early to be relaxing and starting to say that everything is fine. So I get that it's a great idea to get back together again, but I also remind people that, like, the limit on the number of hours where you're supposed to be face-to-face with someone not in your household is 6. So that is basically a council meeting.
That's right. And if any of those council members got COVID-19, they would be close contacts, I would assume, and everybody would then need to quarantine for that roughly 10-day period, at least based on existing guidelines, I would assume. But that's the sort of thing we would want to take into account. Points well taken, especially with this variant that is more infectious floating around out there that we hope never gets here, but probably will. Okay, let's move on then to public comment on non-agenda items. Members of the public, if you are still with us and you'd like to comment on something that was not on our agenda tonight, please call that number 237-6196, 237-6196 to comment on anything that was not on our agenda tonight. Again, we'd ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. Please turn off or mute your computer or television because the actual meeting, as you heard tonight, if you've been listening, is ahead of those things. It'll be very confusing. That number again, 237-6196 for any comment on things not on the agenda tonight. Denise, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I have no callers.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We got out of here before noon. Yes, before noon, before midnight. Sorry, the original time budget of being out of here about 9:30 didn't work out, but very good discussion. Made a lot of progress. Thank you for your patience and your hard work. Good night. We're adjourned.
And Deputy Mayor volunteered for Friday to testify, so we'll work with Mike as far as lining that up. Thanks.